Good morning, everyone, and welcome to your Congestion Revenue Rights Enhancements Working Group 3. Today we'll kick off this call. Today we're here at the room. We have a few folks who will be presenting here today. We have Guillermo, who's our Director for Market Performance Advanced Analytics. We have Kyle, who's also for the Market Development and Analytics. We have Jeremy Malekos, who's our Senior Manager for Market Production. We have Dinesh, who's our Policy Developer. And then we also have Hillary, a Policy Developer for this initiative with Partha, who's also here listed in the panelist group. We also have Philip Roth, who's also with Market Production Teams, who's also going to be here with our this meeting today. As a reminder, this call is being recorded for informational and community purposes only. Any related transcription should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. During this meeting, we encourage different dialogue and engage different perspectives. And also, please keep comments professional and respectful. And lastly, we also want to refrain from repeating anything that was previously said in order for us to manage our time effectively. To ask a question, you will utilize the raise hand icon located on the bottom toolbar of the participant window. We will be able to also take hands from audio only from *3. And also, as a reminder, when you do ask a question through the verbal chat, please provide your full name and affiliation or company name before stating your comment. And also, the question queue will be open for all panelists, so you will be able to only submit questions to all panelists here today. And if you do experience any technical issues, our entire event producer is Tegan. He'll be assisting us this morning, and Ahmed will be helping us in the afternoon. As a reminder, we do have a CAISO policy initiative stakeholder process that we provide as a proposal development phase. We just highlight this as a high-level overview of where we stand within the working groups. So this will just show us where we're at this point in time. At this time, I do have today's agenda. I definitely want to invite the folks that are in the room to kind of add more value to the topics that we'll be discussing in the morning and the afternoon. So I'll be handing it over first to Hillary to help us go through a few topics and also introduce a few folks that are here today with the topics planned for today. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us for the third meeting of the Congestion Revenue Rights Enhancements Working Group. As Brenda set us up here, today we are going to be focusing most of this meeting on a presentation from 3 members of our market analysis team, looking into some analysis of CRR market outcomes since the last time that policy changes were made to the CRR construct, and also looking into some of the potential drivers of issues like revenue inadequacy that we have been talking about in the working group. So most of our time today will be spent on that, but before we begin there, I wanted to just do a quick review of where we've been and where we're going to situate ourselves in this process. So for those of you who joined us for the previous 2 meetings, you will recall our first meeting was focused mostly on scoping, did a quick overview of the CRR process as it stands today. Our second meeting last month, we had a more in-depth discussion of the details of how the current CRR process and market works. Then we also had in the afternoon some presentations from several stakeholders on their perspective on the CRR market and their experiences with it. I will make a flag there that we got really positive feedback on those presentations in the comments. And this is something that today we're focused entirely on analysis, but if other stakeholders would be interested in presenting their perspectives at later working group meetings, we're open to that. So I'll make a note there. Please reach out if you would be interested in sharing your experiences. We received great feedback, lots of comments on the meeting last month. So a variety of different positions, as well as interest in topics both that we will be covering today, as well as ones that we're taking into account when designing the upcoming meetings. So just as a reminder of where we're headed here, today we'll be focused on the root cause analysis. Then next month, We will be looking at some aspects of other CRR programs, as well as potentially some of the topics that we heard about in the comments. And as we move later into the spring, we will start to focus more and more of our conversations explicitly on solidifying the problem statements that we will be working from as we move later into the potential policy change phase of this initiative. So thank you, everybody, for your engagement and your feedback so far. And we'll be moving forward today with the analysis, focusing there. And as you hear this, I encourage you to think, too, about what this means, how we can translate it into problem statements. I'll also note we have a lot of information here, a lot of very in-depth analysis. So the deck is posted, this meeting is being recorded, and we will have an opportunity to further discuss these results and refer back to them as we move through the working group process. So, of course, we can take questions today, but I also just wanted to note that this will not be the only opportunity to engage with this analysis and interpret it. So with that, I'll pause for questions. Do we have any?
No questions.
All right. Then I will hand it over to our market analysis team. Guillermo.
Thank you. Thank you, Hillary. Set up here properly. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to have this discussion about the analysis track for the working group sessions. This is the third one, and as we promised, we are bringing some analysis that we have done about CRR market performance in general. As you may have noticed, there is a lot of material. Realistically, I don't think we can cover that in 4 hours, and there are just too many pieces of information, and we can start going deeper into the discussion. So for the sake of giving you the overall picture of the analysis intent, let me first organize the discussion. And we are going to follow the sequence that is in the deck. And there are at least 4 main sections that we want to touch on. The first one is very standard trending of how the market has performed over the last few years. And typically for the majority of the analysis that you're going to see, we are covering either from the go live of the policy changes implemented back in 2019. In some few cases, we go further back just to get a reference of how it was working before the changes. For much of the root cause analysis is very tailored and specific to specific periods. It's not going to be for the full 5 years of the current policy functionality that we have since 2019. So it's depending on the approach that we are taking for the analysis. Now, content-wise, we have the first part that is just generic trends of how the market, the allocation have been performing. Then we go into one of the main components that is the auction efficiency. We move into the revenue adequacy. And in the revenue adequacy, we have 2 sections indeed. One is the deeper dive of root cause analysis. That is where we can spend a lot of time going into the nuances of how things work. But also, we go into a subsection of revenue adequacy, specific for the issue that has been highlighted and we have been tracking about what we call the settlement reversal. That is when, well, I will pause there. And the last piece is just miscellaneous information regarding some congestion patterns and across the hourly profile of the day for different years, where the congestion is being collected. This is to somehow give you some reference to the other topics that we have discussed for the definition of the time of use. There are also some trends there for some price differentials between locations for battery resources against the trading hub. That was another point that we heard from previous discussions, just to give you a sense of that congestion pattern. And the very last piece is mostly for reference. It's also to give you some context and reference point for discussion later about the magnitude, the volume of what we call the counterflow trading hubs. These are the CRRs that are allocated in order to make feasible the allocation process for those CRRs that are in reference to the trading hubs. And I don't expect to go too much into these two last topics. It's mostly for your own reference. I would really like to spend the time for this session that we have on the middle two sections, the auction efficiency and the revenue adequacy, including the root cause analysis. Now, given the extent of the material that we have, I would like to approach this discussion a little bit in a more disciplined way. So please give us the time to cover specifically a topic, and we will create this process to ensure that we can take on any questions. We try to do this very dynamically of answering questions as they come. We will not be done here at any time. So let us have just the time to cover at least one discrete element of the discussion, and then we can pause and take questions. And with that, if you don't want to glance through the 220 slides, you can look at the 3-slide summary. And it's a very high level, but it's just the punchlines of what the analysis is going to tell you, because once you start going into too many details, it's not easy to see the bigger picture. And let me summarize. No need to go into the details as to why that conclusion or that finding is there. We are going to elaborate in more details as we cover specifically that section. And we have seen a trend that the auction is more utilized. We see an increasing volume of the auction, mainly in the last 3 years, and specifically for the CRR cell type. You may recall part of the changes that we implemented a few years ago is the explicit feature for participants to be able to sell existing CRRs. Prior to that, participants have to buy counterflows to effectuate that selling feature. Now it's explicit, and we can track precisely how that evolution of the activity in the market has played out, and we see that increasing trend. The volume of the CRRs that are being sold in the auctions is just growing, and this is a good reflection of the utilization of the auctions. And it's being utilized mainly by those that have existing CRRs, not only financial entities trading in, but also those entities that have CRRs allocated, and they are being put for sale. One of the areas that we have discussed in different stages of the analysis in the past has to do with the CRR payouts. That goes to the key of the auction efficiency. What is the value of the CRRs for buying versus being paid out in the day-ahead market? One of the areas that we have tracked is in what range of prices when they buy the CRRs they are concentrated. There is no specific concentration of CRRs with these large payouts in a narrow price range, and that's a good thing, because we can see that the spread of prices and how the payouts play in that whole range. There are also meaningful CRRs that happen to be consistently arbitrage between auctions. That is an activity that we have identified in the past, and it's an expected activity to happen. Arbitrage between CRR auctions means that some participants buy CRRs in the annual auction, and then when the monthly auction comes, they are put for sale and they are successfully sold. And that is pure arbitrage between auctions. Once these CRRs are bought and then sold in the monthly auction, they are not exposed to any congestion of the day ahead, because they were liquidated basically in the monthly auction. And we do see that to be a persistent, consistent pattern over the years. There is a whole section we're going to discuss about auction efficiency, and it's a very surgical study case that we put forward, given the conditions enable us to have this insulated case. And out of that study case is quite fascinating to see how the CRR auction plays in real life. And it also reveals and highlights the complexity of trading congestion revenue rights. The complexity of setting the right expected value, how to value the CRRs when participants come into the auction. The second part of the findings are here materialized in this second slide. And there are some general system-wide metrics that we can point out. One of those is revenue adequacy. When you look at the level for the last 5 years, well, actually, 5 years, since 2019, overall at the system level, revenue adequacy is at 80%. That means for $1 of CRR that we have to pay fully, we are collecting 80 cents. And therefore, the pro rata funding that was implemented in 2019 has to kick in to bring the value of the CRRs to the value of the congestion revenues that we collected from the day-ahead market. That is slightly better off than the revenue adequacy level that we have immediate to the implementation of immediate before the changes that we implemented in 2019. The other key metric at the system level is about auction efficiency, and we have tracked that for a long time. And as of now, based on the recent years of performance, that metric is at 68%. That is an improvement relative to the performance that we observed prior to the policy changes of 2019, that was at 50%. When you look at how that plays out, we have assessed that about a half of that improvement is strictly coming from the application of the pro rata funding. The pro rata funding basically brings down the revenue, the CRR payments, and that naturally is going to close the gap against the auction revenue that were collected from selling those CRRs. The associated metric that we have for what we call settlement reversals, in which is a case that a CRR is valued at that nominal magnitude, then we apply the pro rata funding. We could expect in a typical case that the pro rata funding is going to bring down the value from 100% to something lower, maybe 80%, 70%. The settlement reversal is the case where the final value, the adjusted value for the CRR, becomes negative. So instead of reducing just and still be a payment, it becomes a charge to the holder of the CRR. That volume-wise represents about 4% of the total activity of the CRR market. The other finding that we have is about the root causes of the revenue adequacy. One of those is about the contribution or the lack of accounting for the contributions of the shift factor threshold, shift factor locations that happen to be below the threshold that we currently have in the system, that is 2%. We did implement a change back in 2024 where we reduced the threshold only for aggregated locations, specifically D-labs and trading hubs. We still have a threshold of 2% for any other location. And yeah, we have hundreds, thousands of locations. In aggregate, when you account for the power flow contribution of all these in aggregate, it becomes meaningful enough that it may create this type of conditions. The other conditions that we have for the revenue inadequacy is about the contributions of parallel flows, that effectively there are transactions outside the CAISO system which the CAISO market is not able to optimize because they are not part of the CAISO system, but still they have to flow through our system to some extent. That effectively takes capacity. That capacity is not priced, is not collecting congestion rents, and that creates a delta between what we collect versus what is released in the CRR space. And that is another of the major contributors to the revenue adequacy. And the last one is a miscellaneous set of items regarding the model differences. There are inherent conditions for having differences between the CRR market and the day-ahead market. you name it, timing differences, model differences such as different limits, different outages considered. All of this is just a miscellaneous set of differences between the two markets. Okay, with that brief introduction to the overall scope of the analysis that we have, let me go first quickly through some general trends. This is just mainly for your information, setting the stage of how the market has been performing for the last few years. And it is about the prices, the schedules, the activity in the auctions. Not much to say, but just to illustrate how the market has been performing. The first one is auction revenues, right? That is the amount of money that the CAISO collects by selling CRRs through the auctions, either the annual or the monthly. And here you have the collection broken out by the two time processes that we have, annual versus monthly. And it varies, and there is not a very persistent, consistent trend over time. Sometimes it's going to be higher. Not surprisingly, you look at the highest values, happen to be somewhere in the summertime of 2022, when we have one of the tightest conditions in the system, given the levels of demand that we were expecting. Concurrently, when you have high load levels of demand, it means that you're going to be utilizing more the transmission system. Therefore, there are the conditions for congestion to happen. This other one tries to give you more color in terms of where the money is collected. We have monthly versus annual, time of use peak versus off-peak, and this just gives you that relative sense of where the majority of activity and therefore the auction revenues is coming from. And it's somehow between the annual on-peak and the monthly on-peak. Typically, the off-peak is going to be lower levels, given the fact that it is typically when congestion is not the greatest, but also because of the number of hours that are considered in each time of use. 16 hours typically for the on-peak, and the rest only for the off-peak. We can also see a different way of the activity of the auction when we look at the direction of the money flow. Yes, in general, we are going to be collecting money by selling CRRs, but remember, we also allow the activity of selling CRRs. And when there are selling CRRs, that means people are going to be getting paid to sell that CRR. So the natural breakdown can be positive and negative, whether it's an inflow or outflow for the CAISO revenue. And you are going to see a lot of symmetry because it depends on the volume of activity in the auctions. And if you have more CRRs to sell, guess what? Well, there may be more transmission capacity to buy. And therefore, you can see that type of symmetry between the buy and the sell and the positive and negative auction revenues. This is the same metric for the annual only, breaking down this by positive and negative inflows. Now, a different way to see this information of the activity of the auction is at what price ranges the CRRs are being traded. Seeing that many different pockets is a good thing. It's showing the spread of the activity in the auction. Looking retrospectively, maybe we should have more breakdowns for the prices that are greater than $1 because there are just too many there. But the idea here is just to give you the sense of in what range of prices the CRRs are being traded. The lower the prices, expectedly, the lowest the revenue we are going to get by selling those CRRs. These prices may look small because they are normalized, rather than being the final auction price that you see through the clearing process of the auctions. These are normalized to become dollars per megawatt hour because that is what we can use to compare against the prices of the day-ahead market. Effectively, you take the original clearing price of the auction and you divide that by the number of hours that make up that time of use. And that is how you convert that dollar per megawatt to dollar per megawatt hour. We do that for the monthly auction, for the different time of use, and you can see just how the dynamics play in the different type of use. We also do the same thing for the annual. The activity is going to be interesting enough, slightly different, but just give you the reference of that activity. This one is about the volume of allocation CRRs, how they are defined, and for the annual or for the monthly. This one is the same information, but breaking down that by direction, whether it's positive or negative. Okay, this is just to start setting the stage now for the more interesting topics. And let me go first into the concept of what we have been calling auction efficiency. And it's always hard to try to have an isolated discussion of either auction efficiency or revenue adequacy. There is some dependency, there is some interplay. At the end of the day, they are portraying different measures of what is happening between the day-ahead market and the CRR market. Interesting enough, there is a plot that we are going to show later where you can see that there is not such a strong correlation between the two, but still there are dependencies, and it's important to highlight the nature of the discussion here. We have these two concepts. One on the left-hand side that we call auction efficiency. And on the right-hand side, we have the revenue adequacy concept. Let me try to walk through these two concepts because these are critical for a good understanding and discussion for the rest of the session today. When we're talking about auction efficiency, it's a relative comparison between two reference points of the market. One is how much money was collected as auction revenues. Auction revenues is the money that comes into the ISO for selling the CRRs into the CRR auction. It is actually the net value because we can buy and sell CRRs through the auction, but expectedly the net position should be positive revenue coming into the CAISO. If the CAISO auction is selling a CRR, a participant is going to acquire that CRR by the willingness to buy that CRR expressed by the bid. And that is how the participant values the CRR, and that is how much revenue we are going to collect. Once that CRR is sold in the auction to the participant, that participant is going to hold that CRR for the life term of the CRR. Whether it's an annual CRR, it's going to be valid for the whole calendar season, for that specific time of use. If it is a monthly CRR, it's going to be valid for the calendar month, and that is the life term of the CRR for the specific time of use. The expectation is that that CRR is acquired to effectively hedge the congestion that is going to happen in the day-ahead market. The value of that CRR in the day-ahead market is going to be the summation of all the day-ahead congestion rents for every single hour of the time of use for the whole life term, a month or a calendar season. When we collect all that CRR payment for every single hour of the definition of the CRR, and we compare that against how much the participant has to pay for getting that CRR, you are getting into the concept of the auction efficiency that we are putting here forward. If a participant is paying 60 cents to get a CRR, and when it goes through the day-ahead market and gets all the CRR payments for the life of the CRR, and the total payment is $1, that is the ratio we are going to be showing here. $60 to buy the CRR, to get the CRR, $1 for holding and being paid for holding that CRR. The difference between these auction revenues and the auction CRR payouts can be positive, can be negative, depending on the relative proportion of one versus the other, and that is what we call the auction efficiency, the excess payout. Typically, for illustration, we are showing this as an excess payout because that is the dominant direction of the settlements that we have seen for the years. Granted, there are several CRRs that are going to indeed see a negative when the auction revenues are greater than the CRR payment. It can go either way. That is the first concept that is important to highlight. How do we measure that? There are different ways to do it. One way is to measure that in terms of total dollars. You pay 60 cents, you get $1. The auction efficiency is basically a CRR excess payout of 40 cents. We express that as a dollar value, but also as a ratio, a percentage. In this case, it would be 60%, right? And there are different ways also how this can be characterized. For those of you that may have been participating in the CRR market, I can tell you we have been tracking this metric since effectively day one of the CRR market, going back to April 1st, 2009. We didn't call it specifically auction efficiency. We call it back at the old days more as a price convergence metric because the math is effectively the same. When we're talking about auction revenues, it's dollars, and that is price times quantity. When we're talking about day-ahead CRR payouts, that is price times quantity. If you cancel out the quantity on each side of the equation, what you are left with is the price. So auction efficiency in this context is no more than the price convergence. How well the auction is converging the prices to the day-ahead prices, and obviously we are talking about just congestion. The second metric is in a different context, and that is what we call the revenue adequacy. That is a very standard metric, and let me elaborate now on that concept. We have, on one end, all the money that we have to issue as CRR payments. Once we have released the CRRs, all those participants holding the CRRs are going to get paid based on the value that is expressed as the price differentials of the day-ahead congestion prices, times the quantity for the CRRs that they hold. Once we quantify all the payments that have to happen for these CRRs, this is what we call CRR payments. And there are some definitions we have to be clear. We have one definition that is called CRR notional value. That is, at face value, just based on the quantity of the CRR that a participant got, value at the nominal price differential of the definition of the CRR, that is the dollar value, and we call that the notional because it's the 100% value of the CRR. Once we implemented the changes of 2019, we have also a second concept, that is the adjusted value. Because once we don't have enough money to pay all the CRRs, we have to adjust those CRRs to the level where we match the amount of money that we collected from the day-ahead market. That adjusted value of the CRR is eventually what is settled. This effectively means we no longer provide full funding for CRRs, but it's a pro rata funding up to the value of the money that we collect from the day-ahead market. And that happens to be the second bar in green. When we compare all the money we have to pay for CRRs versus the money that we are collecting from the day-ahead market that is called congestion rent, that delta is telling us how adequate we are. If we have to pay more than what we collect, we are revenue inadequate by that much. If we collect more, if we collect more than what we have to pay, we have a surplus, and that means it's going to be an excess. That delta, positive or negative, is what we call revenue, either revenue adequacy or inadequacy, depending if it is a surplus or shortfall. The premise of this metric is to see how efficient the market is, the CRR market is, in releasing the right amount of transmission rights. The first one is about prices, how well the prices are converging. The second one is how well we are releasing the right amount of CRR transmission capacity that matches the capacity that is going to be released in the day-ahead market. And it's important to put this side to side to do the contrast and understand the nuances and differences between these two metrics. Before I go now into how this is working, let me pause to see if we have any comments, any reactions so far. Do you have any questions?
No question.
Operator, do you have anybody on the line for questions?
I'm not showing any callers in queue at this time.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Let's move on then, and let's start going into the matter of the analysis. This is a simple correlation plot. On one axis, we have the revenue adequacy, the x-axis, and on the y-axis, we have the auction efficiency. It's the two metrics that we have indicated. And there is a reference line here that is with a 45 degree, that is in green, just to show what a perfect correlation would be, right? If the auction efficiency is moving along the same way of the revenue adequacy. And you can see that it is very scattered, and that means there is no very strong correlation. What does that mean? Well, it means that the fact that you may have high auction efficiency doesn't necessarily mean that you are going to be well with revenue adequacy, that they don't have to move necessarily along the same way. And this is a very critical conclusion we're coming with, because when we go into the assessment of the root causes for revenue adequacy, there may be a condition here that we have to assess that, well, tackling the root causes of revenue adequacy may not mean that we are going to be able to tackle the causes for auction efficiency. That is the punchline here. There is no strong correlation between revenue adequacy and auction efficiency. There is some, but it's not that strong. There are some details that we have to consider, and I think I may have explained this with the illustrations in a couple of slides before. The concept of revenue adequacy is still very critical for the assessment of the market, specifically the CRR market. There may be some questions as to why do we still care about revenue adequacy when we have implemented the pro rata funding, and that means at the end of the day, the market is neutral because we force the neutrality, right? By making the adjustment down, now we are forcing the neutrality to happen. Yes, that is a way how we manage at the end the settlements of the revenue inadequacy. But when you look at the notional value, that is the face value of the CRR, that was the intent for participants to get the CRR and get the full hedged value of the CRR. It is against the notional value. The fact that we come later and have to reduce that CRR diminishes the hedge value. And that happens because we are still revenue inadequate and we have to bring that value down. So that is the reason there is value to still pursue the reasons and the causes for that revenue inadequacy. The pro rata funding is just basically muting that signal by bringing it down to the neutrality point, but the reasons as to why that continues to happen is still there. And that is one of the motivations we have to continue to chase the root causes for those conditions of revenue inadequacy. There are different ways the revenue adequacy can be portrayed, perceived. One of the complexities that was introduced with the policy changes implemented in 2019 is that we are doing revenue adequacy by constraint. We can measure that, and we do measure that also at the system level. Why does that make a difference, or why they are indeed different if you do that by constraint or by the system level? Well, when you are doing it at the system level, there is a way you can actually account for the surpluses. There are conditions in which you can have deficiencies on a constraint, but you can have surpluses in other constraints. And if you are doing this at the system level, they can offset each other, right, to some extent. That means the surplus is going to tend to improve the picture of the revenue adequacy. While when we are looking this at the constraint by constraint level, that is just the naked revenue inadequacy, and that is going to be more pessimistic in that sense. There were debates back in the policy development of the 2019 about whether it should be at the system level, at the constraint level, and the picture is different depending how you want to approach the metric. There are also some nuances about the measurement of auction efficiency. When we are looking at this metric, we are only looking at the face value of the settlements that we have in the system. How much money was collected as auction revenue, how much money was paid as CRR payouts, and that's it. We don't account for the time value of money that those participants that are trading for CRRs have to put forward, right? There is a requirement for credit, collateral, and that is money that costs. There is also the fact that there is no way for us to internalize or factor in the risk premium. At the end of the day, CRRs are hedging instruments to deal with the volatility, and anytime you deal with the volatility, that means you are dealing with some type of risk premium. We don't incorporate anything of that. We don't have the information to know what that risk premium is versus just the expected value and how that is factored in. And this is, again, just limited to the comparison between the auction and the day-ahead settlement. Let me expand even further on that. And that is, when we are going into the assessment of the auction efficiency, there are many different interplays. It's not just the simplistic view that one participant buys CRR for 60 cents and now it gets paid $1. There are many different ways, given the setup, the framework that we have in our processes. Because, yes, we have an annual process, we have a monthly process, we have different types of participation, we have other mechanisms to release CRRs like the low migration. And when you put all this in play, you can find that there are many different ways eventually the CRRs are flowing from the original release of the CRRs, whether it's an allocation or an auction, all the way to the settlements of those CRRs. Let me just give you a simple illustration here. There may be CRRs that go from the allocation process, that is the upper left bar in blue. This is the total amount of CRRs that are allocated to low-serving entities. Once the CRR entity gets those CRRs, it has a decision to make. One is to keep those CRRs, wait for that CRR, wait for the day-ahead market to come, and then get the CRR payments, right? That is uncertain by the time the CRRs get allocated. Or the participant may decide, well, I'm going to sell those allocated CRRs and get rid of those, whether I perceive those are going to be a liability, maybe the value is uncertain and I decide to sell my position right up front. So it can hold the CRRs and wait for the expected value of that CRR when the CRR market comes, the day-ahead market comes, or it can just trade it right away. When the participant decides to sell that CRR, that allocated CRR into the annual auction, and actually it can wait all the way up to the monthly auction if it decides to, it has two shots to be able to sell the CRR. It gets one level of complication, and that is the participant that gets the CRRs allocated at no cost now has to make an assessment, a valuation of how much that participant believes the CRR is going to be worth. And that is an assessment. It has to happen by the time it has to put the CRR for sale in the auction, whether it's the annual or the monthly. We have seen that given how the activities happen in the monthly and the annual auction, there are cases where participants are basically undervaluing the CRRs. Effectively, they are selling the CRR at discounted prices. how that plays out for the rest of the activity in the auction. Well, if somebody, let's put an example, is selling a CRR that eventually is going to be worth $1 in the day-ahead market, and for whatever reason, poor assessment, just trying to get rid of the CRR, whatever reason, that participant rather sells the CRR upfront in the annual auction for 30 cents. The value of the CRR doesn't change, right? It's going to be still $1 when the CRR is settled at the day-ahead value. What happens with that 70 cents? Somebody that buys that capacity, maybe is going to buy it at 30 cents, maybe is going to buy it at 31 cents, is willing to buy that capacity. That entity that was able to buy the CRR at the discounted price is the one that is going to settle at the $1 when it comes the day ahead. So it's capturing that discounted value that was in the first place put forward by the undersell of the CRR. It's a dynamic that has to have two parts. The one that is underselling the CRR, the party that is buying the CRR and is able to capture the value when you settle the CRR. There are other activities that happen in the space between the allocation and the auction. And the arbitrage is something that I already mentioned. When you go from the annual auction to the monthly auction, a participant is willing to buy a CRR, makes the evaluation of how much it's worth, and then has to make another assessment of the valuation of the CRR to be able to sell that CRR in the monthly process. We see that activity. We do have some metrics indeed showing the volume and the extent of that activity. There are some other CRRs that are directly allocated, such as those that are related to load migration. Participants are not asking for those CRRs. They are given to the participants as part of the load migration process. And what we have seen is that typically some of the participants sell that position of low migration CRRs, and that capacity is going to be made available and is going to be sold by other entities willing to buy those CRRs. And obviously there is the clean flow. That is, once you get the CRR, you just wait for the payment in the day-ahead market, and that could be a positive or negative position. It is important to highlight all these dynamics because at the end, what you may see is one number, right? The auction efficiency is 68%. Well, how all these dynamics are playing a factor to get to that 68%? How much of that is because the arbitrage between auctions? How much of that is because it was enabled by the undervaluation of the CRRs that were sold? How much of that was enabled by the underbidding of those that got and bought the CRRs in the auction? This is all the dynamics that play a role at the end for this final value that you see as auction efficiency. Okay, I see one question. Operator, can we open the line for that hand? Jordan?
Hello, thank you, Kaiso. This is Jordan Minor from the CPUC Energy Division. Does Kaiso have an idea of how significant these undervalued allocated LSC CRRs that are being resold in the auction is? And how much that could be driving the revenue insufficiency that we're seeing?
Yes. I could tell you, let me answer this in two ways, in two parts. We could precisely know that undervaluation prior to the policy changes of 2019 because we settle at the full notional value of the CRRs. And for that, you only need to know the quantity of the CRR and the price differential in the day-ahead market. Nothing else changed. After we implemented the policy changes of 2019, it can be estimated, but it is not precise science because the final value of the CRR is based on the adjustments that we do for revenue inadequacy. So the notional value could be $100. The adjusted final value may be $70. But that $70 may be actually $80 if that CRR is held by a different participant because the adjusted value is based on each constraint, and it depends on the portfolio that belongs to. So we no longer have that precision to know exactly what the counter value should be, because we would have to rerun the entire system assuming the condition of that CRR that is no longer in place with the pro rata funding. And historically, we were able to measure that precisely. Yes, you could potentially take the most conservative approach to say that, well, I'm going to assess that based on the notional value with no adjustments. It could be an upper bound. It's not going to be precise, because once you have adjustments that happen all the time, we know for certain that the value is going to be something different. Does that answer your question?
Yes and no. So I understand why we can only estimate it now, but does CAISO have those estimates available, or could they provide them?
We could do some estimates. I would have some hesitation to stand behind that estimation to be precise because of the complexities I expressed.
Okay, thank you. I understand that. Thank you, Dorilo.
You're welcome. I think we have second hand now, Mark and then Steve.
Mark Price, DC Energy, are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Guillermo, my question is on a previous slide, the scatter that you showed a little bit earlier. Yes.
This one or? Yeah.
And I think you said your interpretation of this, or your takeaway from this, was that improving revenue adequacy wouldn't necessarily help improve auction efficiency. Well, I take, go ahead.
Yeah, I know where you're going, and let me clarify. I'm talking more in the sense of root cause drivers, that we said, okay, we tweak here, and we're going to see a dramatic change right away. Or if we just close this gap, the issue is resolved for auction efficiency. That said, I could see there is a second dynamic, and maybe what you are going to be indicating. There is value, and there will be a secondary effect of addressing the root causes of revenue inadequacy that would improve the auction efficiency. Because the revenue inadequacy that is happening is impacting the valuation of the value, the valuation of the hedge that you get from the CRR, right? And if you know that you are getting a CRR for 100 megawatts and then you get just 60 megawatts, well, you didn't get the hedge that you expected to, and you have to factor in that in your valuation, right? And now you are going to value that less than what you would otherwise. And that affects effectively the auction efficiency. Yes, I see that vicious cycle that we tackle auction revenue inadequacy. Yes, we should create better conditions to get better valuation of the CRR that in turn would improve the auction efficiency. Now, let me tell you something else. I can see that argument playing very well now that we have the changes with the pro rata funding, when we have introduced that extra level of uncertainty by the adjustments that we do. Well, guess what? That auction efficiency was also an issue even before we implemented the changes. So yes, I could see the adjustments playing a role, but that dynamic of the auction inefficiency was even before we implemented the pro rata funding. So with that clarification, please, if you have any comment or question.
Yeah, I think you touched on it. I maybe didn't follow the second part of your answer precisely, but the first part is sort of where I was going. What I see when I look at this is you're basically saying on an individual monthly basis, how good is the market at predicting auction or revenue adequacy, or basically how good is the market at predicting how good of a modeling job CAISO is going to do in the TCR auction versus what actually happens, which we would view as, you know, you would expect a scatter. Trying to predict that would be very difficult, but I think the point that which you articulated is, you know, if you have revenue inadequacy over a long period of time, that would then be reflected in people's bids. If you know, over the last year, you only saw that you got 60 cents for every dollar, then you'd take that risk into account for your bidding, and that would be sort of, so the graph that we would maybe say is like, oh, if you look at revenue inadequacy over, a trailing period versus what it looks like going forward, you might see more of a correlation here. But I think you understand the issue there.
Yeah, thank you. Great point. I think Steve is next.
Hi, yeah, this is Steve Keen from Edison. I want to go back to the last slide. I have some questions on you. Basically, my understanding was I thought that the annual auction, I thought most of the capacity that was in that was not necessarily coming from people who had gotten allocations and were selling it, but was from extra capacity that existed that hadn't been allocated. And I'm wondering if you can clarify that. I mean, this chart seems to show that there might be a little bit of that, but
and let me clarify. This chart by no means is a reflection of the relative sizes of the activity on each of these flows. It's just an illustration. It doesn't represent the specific volumes. But you are right. There are both. We do see we cannot dissect if a CRR that was sold in the auction, how much of that capacity was supported by selling of another CRR or by the capacity that the CAISO released after the allocation process. Potentially, yes, we could trace that with the shift factors and so on. But in general, what we have tracked is that there is activity in the sell side of the market, and that is going to release capacity to the market. And obviously, once we completed the allocation, yes, we open up the gate for the auction. In that way, what we are doing is effectively releasing any leftover transmission capacity on any element of the system that was not allocated. So in short, yes, both conditions happen. Capacity supported by existing leftover of the system, plus capacity made available by selling the CRRs.
And did I hear you say you can't tell how much each of those are contributing?
Oh, we actually report, and it's in one of the slides here, of what is the volume of the cell CRRs. We have some metrics down the presentation to quantify specifically how much CRRs were sold, how much capacity was released from the leftover transmission capacity after the allocation. That is a little bit trickier, and we don't have that metric here. We could infer and do the analysis, but we don't have it right now.
Okay, because let's see if I have this correct. When people release allocated CRRs, they put a bid in for a minimum price they're willing to accept for that CRR.
Correct.
The leftover stuff does not have a minimum bid.
Right.
Basically, it's a zero bid, correct?
No, it's not the same. Sorry, I have to clarify that because I have heard that a few times. When let me step back. We run the allocation process. We impose a limit on every single transmission capacity, and we release only up to 65% of the transmission capacity in the annual allocation process. And we allocate the CRRs as much as is possible. Some constraints may be binding, congested, and that means it exhausted the capacity of that transmission element. Now, when we go into the auction, what we do is effectively use the same limits that were used in the allocation process. We model the allocation CRRs already as fixed. They cannot be reoptimized. And now we allow the activity of the auction to come in. Those buying and selling CRRs are able to go in there, and whatever capacity is made available from selling CRR is going to be available. Whatever capacity that is still left over from the allocation process can also be utilized to support the the purchase of CRRs. But that is what we do. We simply make the capacity that was left over after the allocation available. We don't price it, we don't bound it, it's just available in the auction. There is no zero price bid.
Okay, but am I correct that that differs from the allocated CRRs that are offered in the auction?
Yes, because the participant has to put a price, quantity expressing their willingness to sell that CRR.
Okay, and do you have information on what the auction efficiency is for those two different types of capacity offered in the auction?
Well, here is the challenge. You don't put a price to the capacity that is made available for the leftover capacity after the allocation, right? We put a price to the sale, but there is no need to track that piece because it's reflected in the prices that were cleared by selling the CRRs. So the capacity is made available. Participants are able to sell the CRRs. The other side of the equation is now that some participants are able to buy the CRRs. And when they buy the CRRs, it's going to be based on the valuation expressed by their bid. That becomes effectively the value that they are putting to the transition capacity. That is your reference.
Yeah, what I'm trying to get at though is to see whether there's a higher auction efficiency when we look at the allocated CRRs that are offered in the auction as compared to just the leftover capacity.
Yeah. Again, the challenge is that there is no price associated with the allocation CRRs, right, that are being, with the capacity that is left over and is made available. The value associated with that would be effectively the value measured by the day-ahead congestion rate. That is the face value of that capacity, but there is no value of that capacity effectively in the CRR auction because there is no price associated with that.
But if I'm allocated a CRR and I put it into the auction, I get revenue out, correct?
Yeah, but again, you're talking about the CRRs that are being put for sale. And for those, yes, there is a price. For the capacity that is made available as leftover after the allocation, there is no price associated with that.
No, well, the auction must set a price for that, correct?
Yes, based on the valuation of those that are willing to buy the CRRs.
Yes, but that's fine. What I'm asking is, can you determine that the auction price that's assigned to those two separate categories relative to the, I don't know if it's notional value or actual CRR payouts?
No, I think we may need to take this offline, otherwise we're going to take too much time. We can follow up. I understand your question. I think I'm having a hard time to convey the point why that is not possible.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
That's
Thank
fine.
you.
I'm not sure, that's what I'm asking is I'm not sure you can do it based on the way the auction works, but I'm trying to get an understanding of how the auction works.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you.
John?
Hi, thank you. This is John Putz from the Energy Authority. I guess I'm a little confused sort of what the issues are that this whole initiative is trying to address. So my understanding, I had thought that the revenue inadequacy was still inadequate after the offsets are applied, but you're saying that that's not true, that there is no sort of uplift charge due to revenue inadequacy anymore. Is that correct?
The purpose of implementing the 2019 policy changes was to achieve revenue neutrality. Effectively, we reduce the CRR payments to the level of the amount of congestion rents that we collect. With that, we achieve revenue adequacy or revenue neutrality. What I was saying is that this is after-the-fact settlements to achieve the purpose of being neutral. What I'm saying is that when you analyze and assess at the notional value before we apply any adjustments, that is the raw view of how adequate the system is, because you are assessing at the face value, 100% value of the CRRs. And in that, you can still see that we are revenue inadequate. By the changes of the settlements we did, we achieved neutrality after the fact in the settlements space.
So the idea would be that, I mean, you implemented the restrictions on sources and sinks and so on. But I mean, you would always expect there to be some revenue inadequacy, right? Just because the actual outages and stuff don't match exactly what the model is predicting at the beginning of the month. So I guess so you're basically wondering if you can get closer, but I mean, as far as like charges being incurred by, LSEs because of revenue inadequacy, that doesn't occur anymore.
That no longer occurs, yeah, because prior to the changes, we ensure full funding. After the changes now is pro rata funding, and that means the uplift that we apply to low-serving entities to be able to achieve neutrality is no longer applied, because now we do the adjustments. So there is no extra charges to the low-serving entities to deal with revenue adequacy.
So I guess, and again, this is, I'm relatively new to this initiative. So, I mean, these sort of radical proposal like the DMM puts out there to kind of get rid of the market. I guess I'm not clear why there would be such a need, given that this is sort of, we'd like to perfect this market, but not as, I mean, it's not like people are incurring large costs right now. As the market's functioning, it'd be nice if it was a little more predictable that your CRRs are going to pay out what you'd expect based on notional value, but it's not as if, there's this big handout being handed out to CRR holders.
Yeah, I think that would be a great point for discussion when we start going into the problem statement. So please save those for that conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think all these are all hands, right?
Yes.
Okay, I see Abram.
Quick question? Yes. We can't hear
Hi.
you. Maybe you're, oh, there you are. We can hear you now.
Can you hear me? Okay, thanks. Just one quick point on this, Guillermo, I wanted to point out is the notion of the undervaluation or underbidding. There's an aspect to the ultimate payout that is very volatile. It just depends on a tremendous amount of uncertainty that can play out. And particularly the last several years have had a lot of that type of uncertainty, such as 2002, when gas prices spiked and all prices in California were higher than expected prices when you look over the CRR annual auction period, or in 2003 and 4, when there was much more congestion on Path 15 from south to north due to the growth of solar that wasn't really anticipated or expected by the market and would have been reflected in forward prices. And of course, there are events like winter storms or droughts or hydro. And so some of this notion, I think, can be a bit confusing in terms of you don't know what the ultimate payout is going to be. And certainly there should be years when if you had a strong CRR market where people are valuing it, where nothing unusual happened and you were kind of close in terms of what CAISO calls the auction efficiency. But I think that there's an element to this, the ultimate payouts, that just has to do with the volatility of real-time prices or day-ahead prices in the spot market being different from what the expected value was. And there just being a wide range of possible outcomes of prices because you don't know the weather or gas prices or all of the uncertainty that can clear. And most transactions in the market tend to, or hedging, less of that. The actual transactions are occurring in that real-time market as well, but people are needing the CRRs to hedge. Are you follow what I'm getting at here? Because there is
Totally. Yeah, I follow completely, Abram. And this is actually a good introduction for the second part of this topic of revenue auction efficiency that I have for the study case. And yes, I see the point of the volatility, right? We are looking here months in advance to make the assessment, even a year in advance if you are participating in the annual auction, right? So I fully understand the factor of the volatility and the complications to be able to get the expected value of that CRR given all the dynamics of our market. Yeah. Thank you for your comment.
And just a reminder, Abraham here from Appian Way, correct?
correct. Thank you. It's Abram Klein with Appian Way Energy Partners.
Awesome, thank you. So we're gonna go ahead and go on lunch. So we're gonna, we'll be returning back at 1 p.m. And then, thank you to our stakeholders. And Tegan, if we can go to the practice session, and we'll display the lunch break slide as well.
Oh, you have one.
All right, Tegan, take us to practice session. We'll be back at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. If anyone is just joining us now, thank you for joining. We are working our way through our root cause analysis presentation with our members of the market analysis team with us here today, Carol, Kyle, and Abhishek. I'll make a note as we're proceeding through this afternoon. Procedurally, we understand there's a lot of material here. Appreciate the discussion we had before lunch. So as we're moving through this, we can potentially schedule a part 2, depending on how far we get this afternoon and the questions. So just a note for everyone, do engage with your thoughts and your questions, and we can schedule more time to go through the latter half of this material as needed. With that, also I'll note, as always, we've got, if you have questions, you can put them in the chat or raise your hand. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Guillermo.
Thank you, Hilary. Let me cover now a few different areas of the CRR market just to give more context about the performance of these two metrics of auction efficiency and revenue adequacy. And this indeed is answering one of the earlier questions we got about the activity and participation of the auctions. This is a standard trend that we have for the auction revenues, and it is organized in terms of the direction of the money, buy versus sell. And this gives you also a sense of the trend over time. The upper part is an annual representation, just to get a better, more simplistic view over the years. And this is what supports one of the main findings that you can have at the beginning of the deck, that we do see the activity of the sell CRRs increasing over the years, and that's good. It's adding more activity, more liquidity to the market, and if there are more CRRs to be sold, it means that there could be more activity for buying CRRs as well. Let me try to expand on this one because maybe it's complicated. Earlier in the deck, there is a metric that shows the price range for the different CRRs that were sold in the auction. And that price range was the selling price. This one is slightly different. It's organized by price range, but the value we are tracking here is actually that of the auction efficiency, is the excess CRR payouts. The example I was referring of $60 and get paid $1 in the day-ahead market, that 40 cents is what is being tracked here, the excess between auction revenues and CRR payments. And we wanted to track this relative to the price range when they were bought, right? And the theory here is, do we have a high concentration of CRRs that are getting a large payout, and they happen to be bought at very low prices, indeed, zero prices or negative prices. That is the intent of this metric. And if you see negative values, $0 or small dollar values, that could be an indication that these are low-priced CRRs. And what you can get out of this trend is that, well, there is no trend. It's all over the place because the CRR payouts vary month to month, and the ranges of the price are quite spread. And in one sense, that is good because it's not signaling that there is a concentration here of these CRRs with large payouts and getting always the low price. This is the annual CRRs, and this one is the monthly CRRs. The same construct, it is only on a monthly granularity to reflect the trading life term of the CRRs. And the same approach seems to be kind of diverse in the sense of where the payouts are concentrated price-wise. And you may naturally see that there are some outliers, and effectively the big one is in January 2024, and we are going to study that more in detail in the few next slides. Okay, now to bring back just the big picture of the auction efficiency. One of the metrics, one of the stream flows that we discussed earlier today was this activity of arbitrage. Buying a CRR in the annual auction and then selling that in the monthly auction, there is no exposure to the day-ahead congestion because the CRR is effectively liquidated within the auctions. And the bars in blue stand for how much participants pay in the annual auction to get the CRR. The bars in gray is the money they get paid for selling the CRRs in the monthly auction. So the difference is effectively the opportunity of the arbitrage, the payouts that they get by the arbitrage. And it's consistent. The ratios of arbitrage are quite high, indicating that it's a position where there are high chances to get the arbitrage in place. This other one goes into the details of, yes, as an aggregate, we have a relatively low auction efficiency, 68% for the last few years, right? This gives the detail of how that is breakdown. That excess payouts are coming from where? We break down that by whether it's concentrated in the CRRs that are sold in the annual auction or in the monthly auction, or whether it's arbitrage, and give you a sense of the relative size of each source. And what you can see is that there is a fair amount of payouts distributed between the seasonal and the monthly. So when we talk about auction efficiency, the point here is that it's not an issue just related to CRRs that are bought in the annual auction. There are also significant portions of that happening in the monthly auction. Is the two auctions challenge. The relative magnitude of the arbitrage is small. The more detailed information was in the previous slide. And the other piece of information is that we break down by the direction of the flow, right? Positive is excess payout, negative is shortfall payout. Effectively, positive means they get paid more in the day ahead than what they have to pay to get the CRR, and the other way around for the negatives. When we compare, just to get a relative size of the auction efficiency implications between the annual and the monthly CRRs, this can give you a simpler picture. And it is up to 100%. It's a relative share of the CRR payouts depending on the nature of the CRRs. If we take, for instance, one case, let's say, let's say Q4 2020, we are seeing that about 80% of the CRR payouts were allocated to CRRs that were bought in the annual auction. There were basically no payouts coming from CRRs that were bought in the monthly process. And the small 20% or so left is actually from the arbitrage, buying in the annual, selling in the monthly. This other trend is about the activity in the auction. And this is broken out by time of use, on or off peak. In the upper part, you have the summary information on an annual basis. In the lower part, you have that by basically month. And the reference on time here of 2019 is when we implemented the policy changes, right? And we keep a couple of years before just to see any dramatic change of the behavior with and without the policy changes implemented. And the volume of arbitrage that you can see before and after seems to have dried just by the time we implemented the changes. And obviously, it's a time of uncertainty to see how things are going to play. And it has caught up in the more recent times. You can see the increasing trend of the arbitrage coming back to what historical levels were to be. This is another metric that may have an answer to one of the questions posed earlier today. This is a reflection of the selling participation of the auction. And there are two groups organized here. One is those that were CRRs released in the allocation process, annual or monthly, and the part in gray at the top is the portion of CRRs that were actually allocated through the load migration process. And I wanted to have that as explicit separation because the reason for those CRRs are quite different. The allocation process is going through the annual, through the monthly process, and claiming the CRRs to meet your load obligation. The load migration is a byproduct of the process that we have to track load migration. So it's not that the participants asked and we gave them the CRRs, it's that they were allocated the CRRs just because they have load migration. And the trend on the top with the markers is the percentage of success to sell the CRRs. If there is a value that is 90% in one of these markers, it's indicating that participants were able to sell 90% of the CRRs that they put for sale, right? It's a total volume. They put in total 100 megawatts for sale, and they were able to sell 90 megawatts. Why is that of interest here? Because if you look at, for instance, the upper part of the markers that is in gray, that is the percentage of success to sell load migration CRRs. In some cases, it hits 100%, right? What does that mean if you consistently see that somebody is able to sell all what they want? Well, that could be a very good indication that they are being sold for a cheap price because the intent is to really unload those CRRs from their portfolio. That is most expected for the low migration CRRs because, again, these are CRRs that were not requested. They were given the low migration process. And in general, the selling CRRs, you can see that have relatively high levels of success to be cleared in the auction in the range of 90%. Well, let me take the question before we change a little bit the topic here. Kelly?
Hi, it's Callie Wells with WPTF. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. I have actually a very simple question, I think, just so I can make sure I understand how the CRRs that are being categorized in that arbitrage category, how they're being accounted in the auction efficiency metric. So obviously part of the auction efficiency metric is the auction revenues, and that's where my question is. So if I use a very basic example, if I buy a CRR in the annual process for $1, obviously I generate $1 of market revenues. If I then turn around and sell that later for $3, I think that showed up as a negative $3 in some of your charts, but then somebody else is buying it for positive $3. If I look at all three of those transactions together, do I understand it correct that that arbitrage CRR, or that CRR is being categorized as arbitrage, and is it contributing only $1 to the on the auction revenue side? Because I originally bought it for $1, then I sold it for $3, which is negative $3, and then that's kind of offset by somebody else buying it for $3. Do I have that at a very high level correct?
Yes, and you bring a very interesting point because back in 2020, when we start assessing the performance of the new system with the policy changes implemented, we start tracking auction efficiency under certain paradigm. And then I realized precisely the dynamic that you are referencing here related to the buy and sell of CRRs and the arbitrage. So somewhere in early 2020, we have a stakeholder process. I don't recall if that was through the Market Surveillance Committee discussion or a dedicated CRR session, but preceding that discussion, we actually published a paper, and I can find the reference. It should be early in 2020, where I go basically with illustrations, with the boxes of different colors and saying this is what happens in this annual auction, this is what happens in the monthly auction, this is what transpires into the day ahead CRR payments. And I can tell you the math gets a little bit complicated, but effectively it changes the valuation that you have for auction efficiency. You do it one way or the other. I don't recall all the details that we put in there, but it's like out of the 80-page document, maybe 10 pages are dedicated just to explain how we precisely do the calculation accounting for the dynamic that you are referencing. So we can find the reference in Brenda and make it available. But in short, yes, you are getting it right. The complication is to make sure that you are counting this only once. You don't get any double counting.
Yes, okay, great, thank you so much. And yeah, I think I have the reference to that paper, but yeah, appreciate it. I'll go back and reread it too.
Thank you, Ken. Okay, now let me step back and bring the system-wide metrics. This is one metric that tracks the revenue adequacy. And we have this by year. There are different bars to represent different things. The bars in gray is the money, sorry, this is not revenue adequacy, this is auction efficiency. And the bars in gray is the auction revenues, how much money the CAISO collected by selling the CRRs. Then the blue that follows is the face value of the CRRs, how much money were paid to CRR holders for the CRRs that they bought in the auction. If you just compare the gray versus the blue, is the standard way to measure auction efficiency, how much you pay, how much you get. The next bar, that is the turquoise greenish color, is actually reflecting the final adjusted CRR value after we apply the pro rata funding because we are revenue inadequate. So the consequence is that the turquoise bar is going to be equal or lower than the blue bar because it's an adjusted down value. And the delta between the auction revenues, gray versus the blue notional CRR payments, is what the system would naturally clear and produce as auction efficiency. Once you apply the pro rata funding and reduce the CRR notional value, the only thing that is going to happen in the sense of the auction efficiency is that it's going to improve it because now we are paying less to the CRRs. And that is the comparison that you have with the markers and the dotted lines. The dotted purple line is the auction efficiency evaluated just at the notional value when there are no pro rata funding. And you can see that oscillates somewhere around 50%, right? Maybe in 2019 it was about 63, 65%. and then it has been below 60%. Then when you measure that auction efficiency against the adjusted final value of the CRR that are lower, by making the CRR payments lower, effectively that is going to increase the auction efficiency values, and that is where you get the trend in red. And you can see the effect straightforward of the pro rata funding. We are moving the auction efficiency from the markers in purple to the markers in red. That is how much the pro rata funding has improved directly the auction efficiency. And overall has moved from about 50% relative to 2017 and 2018 when we didn't have the policy changes implemented to 68% for the time being since we implemented the policy changes. This is the same information, but in a granular basis. What is the value of having this? Well, the annual gives you a bigger picture sense of how the auction efficiency has played. This one is more granular to the level of the finest granularity of the CRRs that we have in the system that happens to be monthly. And that can give you a more explicit view of the volatility that happens actually in the market, right? The seasonal values or the annual values are going to offset ups and downs. When you go to the most granular level, that is the monthly, you can really see how volatile, how changing that is going to be from month to month. And there are 2 points of information here. The markers continue to be reflecting what we call the CRR efficiency, right? It's the percentage. You pay 60 cents and you get $1. Any value that is at or above 100%, it means it was a condition in which the CRR holder pay more to get the CRR than what it gets paid to settle the CRR. Values less than 100% is exactly the opposite. They get more CRR payments than what they have to pay to acquire the CRR. And there are some few months where the auction efficiency is greater than 100%. The majority of the time, the values are below 100%. And the other piece is the volatility that you can observe for the CRR payment. That highly depends on the volatility of the day ahead congestion. The more congestion you may have, the more CRR payments you may have, and relative to the auction revenues that are kind of steady, that is really what creates the deltas month to month. Let me take the next question. Abraham?
Hi, Guillermo. I'm a little confused by these slides because it almost feels like CAISO is saying or has the position that you view CRR underfunding as a positive thing because it improves the auction efficiency metric. Can you address that just from CAISO's perspective? Is it your view that the revenue inadequacy that you're facing is good because it improves the auction efficiency metric? Because, as your discussion with Mark, earlier in the discussion, when you do have the auction efficiency, it doesn't show up in your numbers, but it definitely impacts what people are willing to pay in the next year or just in general, given that uncertainty for CRRs.
Okay, I see your point. No, let me clarify. What I'm elaborated in the previous slide is the mechanics, the consequence, right? That because we apply adjustments with the pro rata funding, and inherent consequence is that you reduce the payments and therefore it's going to improve the auction efficiency. I'm not saying that should be the objective of having the pro rata funding. It's pointing to the cause and effect.
Well, I mean, you could take money from something else that's entirely not cost causation based and decide you're going to charge CRRs for, where you're just going to recover the cost of the ISO expenses from CRR holders, and that would improve these numbers as well. But CAISO wouldn't do that. I thought the concept of the pro rata allocation was to have some sense of, that there were transmission derates or inconsistencies between the CRR model and the day-ahead model, and trying to prorate that on a causation basis, not that we're just trying to improve it regardless of whether there's a cost causation element to it.
Yeah, okay. No, I think you are taking this in a different direction, Abraham. Let me try to explain. When we implemented the pro rata funding, was not for explicitly the purpose of improving the auction efficiency. Pro rata funding was very surgical to address the revenue inadequacy challenges that we have. And that moved the full funding to pro rata funding. Now, let's assume we come here and discuss how the auction efficiency is working after the policy changes of 2019. I could just show you the markers in red. And we're going to say, oh, look, we are seeing an improvement relative to 2017 and 18 after we implemented the policy changes. Your next question would be, why? What is the driver that is improving the auction efficiency? I'm giving you the transparency that the auction efficiency has this final number in red because that much of the delta with respect to the purple is due to the pro rata funding, not because anything else.
Okay, there could be a lot of different moving pieces, but I see what you're saying. It just, it comes across as if you're making a judgment about the revenue inadequacy as something that's an improvement for the market.
Yeah, I see the context, how this can be perceived. Yeah, thank you for the insight.
We have a question in the chat too, that I think is related about whether the other changes implemented around the same time, like the source sync restrictions, had an impact on auction efficiency.
Yeah, and that is the complication, and that is the reason that we are giving the transparency to the elements that we can measure, right? I think the question was if we have a way to measure, quantify the impacts of the other changes on auction efficiency. By exclusion, we are trying to quantify that because you know now how much was because of pro rata funding. We don't have a way to measure the implications of the other changes. And I see there is another hand. Michelle?
Hey, this is Michelle Keto from the Energy Division at the CPUC. Sorry, I'm late to this, and I'm also sort of late to the conversation, but can you explain again how you're defining auction efficiency versus revenue inadequacy? Because in that slide that you're showing, I mean, pretty much all of these slides, auction revenues are half the, CRR payment. So there's definitely revenue inadequacy. So I'm just struggling with how you define auction efficiency because, you say it's like above, that most of the time it's anyway, if you could explain that, that would be super helpful for me. Because efficiency sounds like it's a good thing, but I definitely know revenue inadequacy is not a good thing.
Yeah, and I will try to be very brief, Michelle, because we spent a full first hour going through those concepts, and I don't think it would be efficient to redo it again. So let me just give you a 1 minute concept on that. Auction efficiency in this context is measured as the difference between what the ISO gets as auction revenues by selling CRRs in the auctions versus the amount it has to pay to honor those CRRs in the day-ahead market. It is that delta. If somebody pays 60 cents to the CAISO to get a CRR and they get paid $1 once they settle in the day-ahead market, the auction efficiency is going to be 40 cents or it's going to be effectively 60%.
Okay, I see the slide. I'll look at it again. It's not intuitive to me, but okay, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on. And this is same information in a more granular basis, and this is a very typical correlation plot that we have been showing for the last 15 years, I believe. And the 45-degree line is just a reference of what the perfect correlation would be. Any bubble below the 45-degree line indicates that the payment of the CRR is less than the charge to acquire the CRR. It's a negative position. Anything above the 45-degree line is going to be representing payments that are greater than the auction revenues. And when you see this, and obviously because they get concentrated very fast around the zero, you can see that there are bubbles all over the place. It's not like all the time happens to be above the 45-degree line to say that it's always a winning proposition. And that is just to give some transparency how volatile these CRRs can be. This is the same thing for different periods, for different granularities, for the arbitrage. The arbitrage seems to be kind of slightly different. There seems to be more leaning towards always being an upside position. Okay. We have discussed at the system level the dynamics of the auction efficiency. And as some of you may have pointed, is yes, there is a complexity to get the expected value of the CRR. There is a lot of volatility in the market, and that influences the valuation of the CRRs. One of the complications for us to point to root causes and be able to quantify actually root causes for auction efficiency is that there may be not observable parameters for the auction efficiency, for the root causes of the auction efficiencies. We can come with hypotheses of how the valuation takes place, but the only information we have in our hands is the actual prices that participants put a bid for. How that value of 60 cents was assessed versus another bid of 50 cents or 90 cents is something that we just don't have the information, right? That is the way the participants are setting the valuation of those CRRs. What we have done to try to go one level deeper in understanding the drivers that may be behind these valuations and that are leading to low levels of auction efficiency has to do with effectively the inherent nature of dealing with hedges for congestion. And what we have found, unfortunately, with the natural operation of the system is that there happens to be one very good case to use as a study case. This is the same message that we showed in previous slides, just zooming into 2023 and 2024. And the highlighted element happens to be January 2024. You can see that overall, the volume of auction revenues was about $13 million. That means participants pay about $13 million to get CRRs. And in turn, they receive a CRR payout of $61 million. And that is the reason you see that large delta between the auction revenues in black and the CRR payments in green. We wanted to analyze deeper that specific condition. And it's very helpful where it happens because it naturally insulates the conditions to be able to understand how things work. And it's insulated because it didn't happen across the system. It was very concentrated condition in some few days of January, and it happens to be mainly in one single constraint of the system. So you cannot get better insulated conditions to analyze this case. It happens to be that we are talking about the Malin intertie, which is our main interface connecting CAISO area with the Pacific Northwest. And typically, we expect to see flows coming from the Pacific Northwest into the CAISO during summer conditions. Around winter time, their direction reverses. And the CAISO managed that constraint. It's a scheduling constraint. The summation of imports and exports have to be within the limit of the intertie. We operate the share of the coil constraint that we call Malin. And anytime, like it happens for any other constraint, that is binding is going to create price separation between the resources and locations that are on each side of the constraint. This is the representation of the capacity available on the intertie. Intertie is bidirectional imports and exports. It can be one of the two at any point on time. The net position can be only in one direction. And what we see is that the positive values are standing here for exports. And for the period of January 11 all the way through January 17, you can see that the area in blue represents the capacity, was maxed out, and it was effectively representing congestion on the constraint because the dark line in blue reflects the binding limit or the schedule of the intertie. When it is overlapping at the limit, at the boundary of the transmission capacity, it's effectively binding. It's congested and it's going to create congestion rates. Why we have that congestion in the system? Well, you may recall what happened on the cold event of January 2024. It was very cold across the Pacific Northwest. There were up to 5 different balancing areas that were on some type of emergency. And there was this demand for power to go south to north, effectively moving power from CAISO and from the desert southwest to the Pacific Northwest. And the line in green here represents the limit, the transmission capacity available on the intertie. And the different shades is the different types of exports that were requested on that intertie. If we have about 1,500 megawatts of capacity available and we have a demand for more than 3,000 megawatts, it's going to get the intertie congested. There are more exports requested than what we can actually accommodate on the transmission capacity, and therefore the intertie is going to be congested. These are the resulting prices on that intertie. We have a price of congestion on each constraint, that is the shadow price, and that gives you a sense of the magnitude, the severity of the congestion. For most of the time, during this critical period, you can see that the prices were relatively high, $800, reaching the cap of $1,000, reaching $1,800 in one of the most critical days. If we have 1,500 megawatts of capacity flowing on that intertie, and you are pricing that at $1,000 or $1,800, that is going to give you the reference of how much congestion rents are going to happen on that constraint. How much congestion happened? Well, it was over $100 million for a matter of maybe 7-8 days. And portion of that was perfectly hedged with this feature that we have for existing transmission rights, because some portion of that capacity is coming from legacy rights that are not exposed to congestion. The rest is effectively congestion rents that have to go into the cycle of the settlements for congestion revenue rights. How the positions of CRRs play for that specific constraint. Now, even though this is a unique constraint because it's an intertie, when there are positions for CRRs to handle that congestion, you are required to have that position between 2 locations. One of the locations can be the scheduling point of the intertie, right? In this case, Malin. But you need another reference point to be able to define what CRR you want to hedge. Granted, there could be conditions where whatever other location you use for that definition of the CRR may be exposed to congestion from internal constraints of the CAISO. Yes, there is that level of noise that may complicate the picture here, but given the magnitude of the congestion only on the intertie, is significant enough just to focus on the intertie alone and put aside any secondary effects of any other internal constraint causing congestion that might be reflected still on that scheduling point. how the positions of the CRRs were for that condition of Malin. Well, we have CRRs in both directions, southbound, northbound. There are some CRRs that are representing this legacy capacity that cannot be used to clear in the market, the existing rights. They may be different for each direction. Then we have the volume of allocation and auction CRRs. And just as a reference, the congestion we experienced on those days was actually northbound. It was power moving from California into the Pacific Northwest. That was the direction, the prevailing direction of the congestion. So any CRR that was in that direction is going to see a CRR payment. But any CRR going in the opposite direction, north to south, is going to be exposed to congestion, becomes a liability. And you can see that there were CRRs in both directions. So some get payments, some get charges, just because of the position they have relative to the prevailing direction of the congestion. When you look at the system level, how the settlements play out, well, given that there are CRRs in either direction, some get payments, some get charges. There were charges of about $20 million in total. 12 of those were from allocation CRRs. There were CRRs that were allocated, they were not sold before the day-ahead market, and therefore they are exposed to charges. There were some CRRs that were bought in the auction, and they happened to be in the wrong direction for that condition. So in total, there was a liability of $20 million. And then we have the payout for those that were from the ISO to the Malin location, northbound prevailing flow. They got a payment of about $53 million. So the net position for CRR payments is 53 million payments minus 20 million charges, so it's a net position of $33 million. We collected over 100 million of congestion rents on that constraint. What does that mean? It means that for this specific condition, even though it was a very extreme outlier type of condition given the weather events of that period, it did not represent an issue for revenue adequacy. We collected over $100 million. We have to pay $33 million. We have enough congestion rent to pay CRRs. So the issue that we are dealing here is not about revenue adequacy. The issue is about auction efficiency. Let me pause. I see two questions. I guess Michelle was first. Michelle?
Yeah, Michelle Keto from Energy Division. But just thinking about this at a higher level and the idea that folks are using these to hedge, I don't suppose that they're hedging a firm contract. Most of the exports out of the CAISO system were low priority exports. Am I right about that?
There are all of types, and that was shown a few slides back. There were economical, low. Yeah, I think you're right. These are low priority exports, self-scheduled, yes. Because
Okay,
it's the export
well,
direction, yeah.
You know, the idea is that you want to be able to hedge your purchases, but here it really just seems like it's speculation because it's probably not people hedging their purchases because these are just day low priority exports. I mean, yeah, they might want to hedge their low priority exports, but if just broadly, if the purpose is to allow people to hedge the difference between their purchase location and their, you know, the source and sink.
Yeah, more to come on that, Michelle. I think we have a few slides to go in that area.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Abraham?
Hi, Guillermo. Yeah, just two points on this. One is you had a serious reliability crisis in the Pacific Northwest, and I would call it, while you might identify them as low priority or speculating, that there were clearly a lot of market participants attempting to wheel power either from Southern California or economically deliver power because good utility practices to help your neighbors around that. So I suspect that there were market participants who may have been using monthly CRRs to purchase power in the Pacific Northwest, given the hydro situation, and then the weather exacerbated it. And so that's an important element. And then that's in response to Michelle's comment. But I also want to point out with respect to the revenue adequacy, as I showed last month, at the same time that there was all this excess or congestion rents at the COI interface, the same fundamental factors involved a lot of congestion that and loop flow probably that created revenue inadequacy on path 15 as power was flowing from Arizona and Southern California using CAISO's grid and flowing up to the Pacific Northwest. So the exact same fundamentals were driving both the congestion surplus on the COI interface and also really quite significant revenue inadequacy that market participants faced to try to hedge their deliveries if they had wheeled through from Arizona up the Pacific Northwest. And you sat on a panel with, at the Nodal Trader Conference last year with somebody who was representing some of those power marketers from Arizona who raised that concern.
Yeah, good point, Sabran. I see the dynamic. Yeah, I see your point about the revenue adequacy, and that is one of the nuances by the time you go in assessing this by constraint, right? Because you have this leakage secondary effect that a condition may be causing more than one different dynamics across different constraints. And yes, we are, for the purpose of the auction efficiency here, we are really boiling down that to Malin, trying to go and explore one constraint that is flow-based, make things way less transparent. But I see your point. Thank you. Okay, let's move on. And now let me go into the conditions that happen for the Malin, right? And I think we have already signaled a little bit on this with the comments. These are the schedules on the constraints for the last 6 years, and this is only for the winter time frame. And every gray line stands for a different year. And positives are imports, negatives are exports. And you can see that the majority of the gray lines are positives, meaning that in historical years, recent past, we have seen the flows on that constraint to be always in the import direction. It was maybe until 2023 where some periods we start to see negative values, meaning the direction was reversing to be an export. But it was until 2024 when we did see this very dramatic change that now we have many hours in which the prevailing flow was in the export direction. That was a typical, you just look at in reference to the previous years. And this is a simpler way to characterize that. Every line is a year for the same period of January. And you can see the progression as we get closer and closer to 24. The transition of the flows on the Malin intertie are changing dramatically, going from very healthy import levels, reducing the middle of the day when we have high penetration of solar, to the point that in 2024 is the only time when we actually have these negative flows, meaning power is going in the export direction. Why I'm highlighting that? Well, because at the end of the day, we're talking about auction efficiency, and that is predicated on how well the valuation of CRRs are happening. How do you make a right valuation of CRRs? Well, you have to look somehow in history and see conditions that are going to happen next, right? And if you look at this history, all the history is telling you, yes, it's getting tighter, it's getting now potential into exports, but this until 24 when we face the reality that, yes, now we have exports. So for the point of evaluation, if you look at historically the last 5 years, there were not very strong signals indicating that this would be the prevailing direction of the congestion. The capacity of that intertie was in general fully available. that constraint was binding just because there was too much demand to flow power on the intertie, not because we have reduced capacity. It was basically the nominal capacity, and each line that you see here is representing 1 year, the capacity that was available. And in some cases, you can see that there are values getting reduced as you approach the right-hand side. This is a duration curve, and the x-axis is telling you what % of the time you observe that value of capacity available. If you are at, let's say, in the green, somewhere in the middle, and we move from maybe 1400 to 1250, we're saying that about 50% of the time, the capacity on the intertie was no less than 1250 megawatts. And the one in green in particular is the trend for 2024. And the markers show the hours when there was congestion. The constraint was binding. You expect that as you reduce the capacity on the intertie, you get more conditions to get congestion. But there was congestion even when the capacity was fully available. And again, that is a reflection that it was not because of limitation of the capacity. It was that even though the capacity was fully available, there was just too much demand for exports to flow on the constraint. And this is another type of duration curve. These are actually prices. If we want to assess the likelihood of prices in historical reference, at the very back of this blue line, there are other years. It happens that they are just overlapping one on the other because they have effectively the same value, 0. What does that mean? There is some non-zero positive values in the upper left corner indicating that the congestion was happening on that intertie in the import direction. So there was some import congestion up to about 40% of the time on these constraints at some point in the last previous years. Between 45% to 75%, there was no congestion at all, not in the import, not in the export direction. And then for the rest of the year, for the rest of the duration curve for the previous years, that happens to continue to be the case, no congestion at all. The line in green is for 2024. And you can see that effectively 75% of the time, that constraint was not binding. It was not binding in the import direction or in any direction. It was only for the last 25% of the time in January 24 when the constraint was binding, and it happens to be in the opposite direction to what historically was binding. Now it's binding in the export direction. And look at the magnitude of the congestion relative to the import congestion that may be in the range of $50, $100. Here we're talking about $1,800. That is how different 24 was relative to the previous years. And let me just conclude with some points here to highlight. All this information is to highlight the complexity to be able to get the right valuation of congestion for these extreme conditions. History, at least for this constraint, was showing that there was not congestion in the export direction. It happens just for 2024, and the historical trend is not going to be very meaningful in that sense to get the right valuation of the CRRs. Let me go now one level deeper and give more details of how the activity of the auctions play for this condition. This is a more granular breakdown of the positions of the CRRs in either direction. We have annual allocation and auctions, monthly allocations and auctions, and you have the more granular breakdown of that capacity. And the point for reference here is to see how many CRRs were actually sold in the southbound direction, and correspondingly, how much CRRs were purchased in the northbound direction. those selling CRRs in the southbound direction were basically unloading CRRs because they were concerned with they becoming a liability. Those buying CRRs in the northbound direction potentially they were projecting to have congestion in the right direction, in the export direction, and therefore they wanted to position in the prevailing flow direction. This is like 4-piece breakdown of every single position. And these are all the CRRs definitions. The position here is participants buying CRRs in the northbound direction. That means it's going to be sinking at Malin, it's going to be sourcing at any of these different locations that are listed here. We have the number of bids, actually it's not participants, it's number of bids. The capacity, the clear value, the clearing price, and so on, in an hourly basis or in a seasonal basis. And there were a lot of CRRs. There were about 823 megawatts of northbound CRRs that were purchased to hedge for that congestion. That means these CRRs were paid in the day-ahead market when the congestion materialized. Let me go into this representation. If we take all the bids submitted for one specific CRR definition, I'm taking effectively the definition of a CRR that goes from MP15, Trading Hub MP15, sourcing at that location and sinking at Malin scheduling point, exactly in the direction of the prevailing congestion. And you take all the bids, price, quantity, and you organize this in a classical bid stack, like the economics 101 of supply and demand, right? It happens to be a demand curve. So this is just the summary of all the individual bids that were put for that specific location. Just to give you a sense of how the CRRs for that prevailing direction of congestion were being valued. There was a small quantity of CRRs willing to pay up to $800 and maybe $20 for some megawatts, all the way to lower valuations. At some point, there are valuations for those CRRs that they were projecting or positioning to be having the CRRs only if they are in the counterflow position, meaning if we are going to clear CRRs, they will get paid to get the CRRs because potentially they can be exposed to chargers. This is how a real-life CRR bid stack looks like. And as a reference, this is the clearing point. Effectively, all the CRRs that are left to this point were cleared successfully in the auction and they were awarded. At the system level, this is just a rough aggregation of all the conditions for a period of 9 days or so. The values are type of averages, just to give you the sense. One of the references is how well we release, how well we price the capacity of that intertie constraint in the CRR model versus how it actually happened in the day-ahead market. And it's side to side. We had about the same capacity released in the CRR auction versus what was available in the day-ahead market. So there was no big issue of deltas between the capacities used in each of the two markets. Capacities reserved for existing transmission rights was kind of the same. In the day-ahead market, we fully utilized the capacity. We cleared that and was clearing at $1,000 most of the time, and it's exhausted. In the CRR market, we cleared about 722 megawatts total net. So we still have actually capacity available on Malin in the auction. There could have been more participants coming in, bidding in, getting the CRRs if they have exposure to congestion to get it. They were not there. And therefore, the CRR auction didn't clear this much capacity. You may wonder, how do you reconcile this picture versus the previous picture where we actually clear only some of the CRRs? Well, we are focusing on the intertie constraint, but there are hundreds of other constraints in the system that may be limiting constraint first before reaching the capacity of the intertie. And how many? Well, a lot. In order to have a CRR that goes from MP15 trading hub all the way through Malin, they have to pass through all these different constraints. And some of them are binding, and some of them are actually the limiting factor to not be able to release more CRRs. So you may get other CRRs that have different sources, and they may go through different paths and be able to clear more. But the point is that there were other limiting constraints that prevented the full release of the Malin capacity. Last piece, and that goes back all the way now to auction efficiency, right? When we do the comparison, how much participants pay to get the CRRs, how much they get paid in the CRR in the day-ahead market, this seems pretty extreme. Overall, only for the intertie of Malin, CRRs related to that condition pay in aggregate $127,000, and in return, the CRR payments were about $45 million. If you quantify that in terms of the auction efficiency, it's a very low auction efficiency, right? And I think we actually have those values. You can see the color code bars. That is telling you the percentage of the auction efficiency. 0.1%, 2%, 3%, just because of that large gap between what they pay to get the CRR versus what they get paid in the day-ahead settlement. We have other positions. We just talk about the ones that are going from inside the CAISO to the scheduling point in the northbound direction. We have low-serving entities that were selling allocation CRRs. There were allocated CRRs going from Malin to some internal location in the CAISO just because that matches the profile of the low-serving entity's needs, right? Well, some of them actually put those CRRs for sale, rightfully predicting that, well, this could become a liability, so they were able to unload those CRRs. We also have some CRRs that were southbound, that were sold in the auction. And some of those CRRs may be counterintuitive to understand why they exist. We are talking about the CRRs that were allocated through the load migration process, not because there was a load-serving entity justifying with a load obligation to get the CRRs. They were allocated just because of virtue of having load migration. Okay, let me just conclude this portion. And all this information that you have available now in the deck is to highlight the complexity coming with the expected value of the CRRs, right? This extreme case is a good benchmark to explore. How could we actually expect that participants can come with the right valuation of CRRs to match exactly the level of the CRR of the day-ahead congestion rents that they are going to get 14 months later, 1 month later, when the history is telling you that we have never seen that level of congestion, right? That alone gives you the sense of the volatility that is involved to make this assessment of the expected value of CRRs. And when you see the different profiles that we just ran through, you have participants that rightfully have CRRs in the wrong direction, and they were able to sell the CRRs to mitigate for the liability. There were some CRRs that were not able to be sold, or they were not sold, and now they became a liability. There were CRRs purchased for the right direction, south to north, and they were able to get the CRRs in the right direction. And there were also CRRs bought in the wrong direction. They bought CRRs going from the north to the south, and it happens that they were a liability because the congestion happens to be in the opposite direction. So just by looking at the pool of participants, you can see that different participants actually got different assessments of what a congestion actually would be, right? So, and it goes back all to the same point. If we are going to be assessing a study in unpacking the implications of auction efficiency, this is a good test case to indicate how do we expect that the auction efficiency should be 100%. Under this extreme condition, how do we expect that participants are going to be able to have the perfect foresee that there will be $100 million of congestion value in the day ahead to be able to bid as high as that? And let me pause, and this is what we have for the first part. Let's take a couple of questions, and then we can maybe have a short break and then come back to the second part. I guess it's Abraham, right? The first one?
Yes.
Abraham?
Hey, Guillermo, thanks for this analysis. I think it's really, really terrific. And you know, I addressed exactly this January storm in my presentation last month. And I just think it illustrates, I mean, I guess it depends on what you try to draw from it, but, you know, prices at Cobb or in the Pacific Northwest weren't anticipating this either. People may have had contracts to deliver power up to the Pacific Northwest, or an entity up there may have needed to, were trying to buy power from specific assets. So, you know, when you look at a specific entity's overall profitability, you know, they may have actually had the CRR as a hedge, or it may have been speculative. Obviously, it's extremely hard to know, not just 14 months in advance, but this type of extreme event, you know, this happened, you know, just the month before. The CRR prices didn't reflect it. Probably those CRR prices reflected what the forward prices were at the California-Oregon border for delivery of prices up there. And what I take from this is exactly the point that you're always going to have a difference between what the ex post prices actually are, that includes this type of volatility in electricity markets all the time, versus what the ex ante expectations are, which are reflected in the forward prices beforehand. And to call it auction efficiency is really incorrect, and to even expect at any point that you would get the prices to be there, because there was a low probability event that occurred, that it was very, very cold. And the way you're talking about this is like, how can we get people to know for sure that this, you know, perfect storm, extremely low probability cold event in the Pacific Northwest is going to materialize such that people value them the so-called correct way? It's really the wrong question. The purpose of the CRR market is to make available to market participants to be able to hedge, so that if they do have deliveries, they at least have the chance of doing that. And that's, you know, I thought you had a very good discussion at the Nodal Trader Conference last year from the lawyer who was representing the marketers in Arizona who were delivering power up there, because that is part of what the role of the CRRs are in an LMP system, is to serve as the financial equivalent of that firm transmission. So you're right, you're never going to get auction efficiency to capture these kind of events. And when these events happen, they are going to skew your auction efficiency metrics. And, you know, the same thing happened in 2022 when gas prices were higher, and all the prices were higher than what the market expected earlier on. So I think it's a wonderful illustration of the challenge here and the problem with the auction efficiency metric kind of representing something that's wrong in the market, because it's not.
Yeah. Thank you, Abraham. Michelle?
Yeah, this is Michelle from the CPUC. I think I see this entirely differently. The California ratepayers and all the load serving entities own the transmission system, and essentially we're asking them to sell it at very low auction prices, and then you have these extreme events and have to, potentially pay out. Sometimes it works out, but it's not a bad bet for people that are speculating in this market. There are always losses. And so it's just a bad deal for ratepayers. I think we have to bear this in mind. This has been a bad deal for decades, to the tune of, hundreds of millions of dollars, in 1 year, and certainly over a decade, maybe close to $1 billion. So it doesn't seem like a very good system for California ratepayers to be auctioning these off, at $0 reservation prices. And so I just think we should bear in mind that this costs customers, who already have an affordability crisis. And it's been raised for many, many years. And we are trying to say willing buyer, a DMM is arguing buying willing buyer, willing seller. And so I get it that, odd things happen. But those odd things all seem to point in the direction of payers losing. I just want to point that out. Thanks.
Thank you, Michelle. Noha?
Yeah. Hi, Michelle. I'd really like to have a conversation offline with you because I think this sort of warrants maybe a bigger conversation, but I just want to take an opportunity to respond to that and also sort of address some of the things that Guillermo has been talking about. But it's actually not that safe of a bet. That's why we're having this entire conversation, because you've got folks that are investing in real assets to meet the resource adequacy issues that you're facing in California, and they're saying, I can't hedge my exposure, so as a result, I have to charge the ratepayer more, right? Because that's getting baked into my PPAs, you're getting baked into my other business contracts and agreements. And what the folks that are trying to create markets where people can hedge, people like Aubram's company are saying is, look, this actually might look like a profitable trade from the MCP data, but because of the underfunding, I'm actually owing the ISO money. And so part of the problem that you're having, which is, look, these contracts aren't going for the price we want them to go for. It's because other folks are baking that risk in. And you're right, that's not great for ratepayers. So that's why I think it's important to fix the market design and shift that risk to markets or to market participants that want to bear that risk of the volatility and take it away from the ratepayers. PJM did a study on this on their equivalent of their CRR market, the FTR market, and a completely independent economist that was doing an analysis commissioned by PJM showed that these products actually save consumers anywhere between $500 million to $1 billion annually. And, the last round of presentations from a bunch of asset owners and folks that are, invested in the market basically said, look, we would like to have this be a more cost-effective process. We recognize that maintaining reliability is getting more expensive, but we have to be able to hedge. So I think that's important. But Guillermo, I do think, we're focusing on one event, and I think it's important for us to kind of take a step back and hopefully when folks have had a little bit more time to absorb all this information that was just posted yesterday, then maybe we can have like a more robust Q&A session at the next meeting. So I know you're kind of just trying to get through all your materials, but I do think it's important for us to really have, several meetings to discuss all of this material and not just one. I know that Hillary mentioned that at the beginning too. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, let's take just the last one from Eric, and we really have to move on. Eric?
Hi, Eric Little from CalCCA. I'm just curious as to whether or not this discussion is kind of a bit of a red herring. So if I fast forward to your page 91, which has the root causes, you've got 3 things on there. And one of them is model differences between the CRR and the day-ahead markets. And on page 57 of this Malin discussion, you said D-rates in the day-ahead market did not play a role in the CRR outcomes. So if we're really looking for root causes as to what is routinely causing the underfunding of CRRs, it seems like this one exceptional event isn't really what we're looking for. So I'm kind of wondering, can you tell me, how does this play into the root cause analysis? What are there any of the 3 items that you've listed there that is actually a contributing factor with Malin, or is Malin kind of a side note of something that just went weird?
Yeah, well, let me clarify, Eric. We haven't even started the discussion of root cause analysis. What you are seeing here for the last hour is not about revenue adequacy. In one of the slides at the first part of this section, I tried to be very clear that the event we are analyzing is about the evaluation of CRRs, auction efficiency, and it was not a case of revenue inadequacy. We have a bunch of cases later on in the presentation that was specifically on the root causes of revenue inadequacy. But all this discussion we're having so far is about auction efficiency.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, let's take just a 5-minute break and then we can come back to the next topic. Okay, let's keep going. Now that we have covered the part of the auction efficiency, we can move into revenue adequacy. That is the second key concept that we discussed as part of the scope of this presentation. There was a question at some point in one of the working groups about the global derating factor. As a reference, the global derating factor is a tool that we use to reduce the available transfer capacity in the CRR processes. Effectively, it's applying a derate, and it's global because we apply the same way to every single internal flow-based constraint. And historically, you see a flat line because it has been the same for several years, and effectively it means that if we have a global derating factor of 17.5%, we are reducing by that much the available transmission capacity in the system when we run the CRR processes. And one of the objectives is to help achieve revenue adequacy. I'm going to glance through some of those. These are not brand new metrics. Some of those are actually available in every of the previous MPPF sessions that we have discussed. These are standard metrics that we track for the performance of CRR markets. Let me go into the adjustments. We have the notional value, we have the condition of revenue inadequacy, and in order to deal with that inadequacy, we have to pro rata adjust the CRRs to the point where we have enough money to pay the CRRs. That adjustment, that pro rata apply on the CRRs, is what comes out of these policy changes that we implemented back in 2019. The distribution plot that you have here is basically reflecting the final value of the CRR in percentage across the different months. A distribution close to 100% basically means there was very little or no adjustment to that CRR. And the distribution is composed of every individual CRR, allocation, auction, monthly, or annual. And if you see a non-flat distribution, that basically means that we have some samples in there, and the distribution here is most of the time over 50%. So based on the distribution, based on the month, you can see when we have larger or smaller pro rata adjustments. This is the same information but organized and compare between a comparison between the percentage of the adjustment relative to the nominal value of the CRR in comparison to the amount that was reduced. And there are many cases, and this may not do justice, in which the percentage of the adjustment stays around 100 and then goes all the way, crosses the value of 0, and we have some material later in the presentation of what really happens here when you go into the negative space. There is a CRR that has a positive value after we apply the derate, now ends up being a charge. So it flips the direction, it's a reversal. The majority of those happen at relatively modest amounts of the adjustments, but still, it's the condition of reversing that is really problematic. And this is a total count wise of the distribution. 100% basically means the final value of the CRR is 100% of the original value. There was no adjustment. And as you go lower and lower, that means the adjustment is higher and higher. Okay, now this is the main picture to reference for revenue adequacy. Similar to the discussion of the concept that we have at the beginning of the call, we have two reference points. One is the congestion rents with the bars in blue. That is the money collected from the settlements of the congestion of the day-ahead market. The bar in gray stands for the amount of money that has to be paid to the CRR holders by having those CRRs. The difference, the delta, is the revenue adequacy. If we have more congestion rents than CRR payments, we have a surplus, we are revenue adequate. If we have more CRR payments than congestion rents collected, we have a deficit, we are short, and it is a condition of revenue inadequacy. The dots at the top are just a simple ratio between these two. A value of 100% basically means congestion rents equals CRR payments, 100%. 80% means we have collected only 80% of the money that is needed to pay all the CRRs. The delta that you see between these two bars is effectively the amount of money that we have to pro rata adjust. That is the deficiency. Overall, over this period of time, after the changes implemented in 2019, we have a revenue adequacy at about 80%. Effectively, it means that we are collecting 80 cents from the day-ahead market to try to fund $1 of CRRs. And because we don't have that extra 20%, we have to reduce 20% the CRRs. There are different ways, again, to measure this revenue inadequacy. The previous metric, let me clarify that to make sure this is understood. This one is at the system level, and it's going to look, in general terms, more optimistic, because this system level will take all the deficits, all the surpluses, regardless of what the constraint is, and we just net all together. So surpluses are going to be offsetting, to some extent, the deficit. But when you do this by constraint level, and we just gather the summation of all the revenue deficiencies from all the constraints that had only deficiencies, you get this metric that in general is going to be lower than the previous one that has the offsetting of the surplus. And this is no more than the monthly tracing of the same metric, just to give you the granularity, how volatile they go month to month. Okay. What we have covered so far, separate from the study cases, system-wide reference metrics, just to give you the sense of how the market is performing and so on. Granted, one of the key points of this analysis that we committed to perform was to really go deeper and understand why we are still experiencing the level of deficiencies, revenue inadequacy, to the extent that we have been reporting. And that is what took us the most significant part of the effort, because we have dozens, hundreds of constraints binding at any given day, right? And if you try to look back for the last 5 years, you end up in a condition where we cannot assess every single constraint, every single scenario. So we have some more surgical approach to try to get a wide view of the conditions, the drivers. And what Kyle is going to go through next is specifically very targeted cases under some logic that we are going to explain, to give you the transparency of what's happening, why we are dealing with these events and these conditions. And I think that is going to be a very valuable reference point for the subsequent discussions in this working group. Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Gary. Thanks for handing it over. Yep, so for those who don't know me, my name is Kyle Pelt, and my team's not far enough. Yeah, so for those who don't know me, my name is Kyle Pelt, and I work under Guillermo, and I'll be walking us through the, the rest of this analysis, right, going through revenue inadequacy. So to kind of get back to where we are on the slide deck, what we have here to start is essentially taking the revenue offsets, summing them up at the constraint level. So just a couple slides ago, Guillermo talked about system level versus summing it up at the constraint level. This does not factor in surpluses as an offset to the deficit. So just summing up the offsets at the constraint level and then attributing them to the type of constraint that they they fall under. We don't see a systemic trend on the types of constraints that ultimately result in revenue inadequacy. And one thing to note here that we do see relatively concentrated pockets, and while it may suggest that there are pockets where some types perform worse or better than others, really what it comes down to is isolated cases where a couple or a handful of constraints have a particularly bad time with revenue inadequacy and more or less skew the system level distribution that you're kind of seeing up there. So moving on to the next one, we're looking at a heat map, right? So of the many constraints that are within the system, taking the top 30, putting them in descending order of most revenue inadequate to least, we have a heat map of how they stack up across the years, right, from 2019 to 2024. Looking at this map, what you can see is that just taking the top half, right, just looking at the top maybe 15 or so, we see that a lot of them account for huge proportions of the revenue inadequacy for that year. So essentially, our methodology is targeting this list of constraints by getting an answer of what's going on on a case-by-case level will answer more or less some of the bigger problems with the system and address the problem at hand without having to necessarily go through the exhaustive list. I forgot to use the mouse. So narrowing it down even further, right, what we did here is taking a higher or lower number of the topmost inadequate constraints and summing up the numbers at the settlement level, the different components that go into it, right? So summing up notional revenue, surplus, deficit, and the ultimate CRR payment, as Guillermo walks us through. Ultimately, what we see is that for a handful of these constraints, we end up with a net settlement reversal in the CRR payment column, right? In some cases, we actually have one example. We see the Cortina transformer, right, where we actually have a net charge for the notional revenues that actually end up offsetting the deficit for the CRR payment. So, this is just, again, highlighting that, a handful of these constraints really do make up a lot of the revenue inadequacy for both the traditional sense and then settlement reversal aspects that we'll get into in a little bit as well. Again, it's a big list and we don't have a lot of time, so prorating the list even further, we have ultimately the top 12 top 11, counting the others, just to make it fit on the graph. We have a short list of constraints that ultimately were our candidates to go through. Of course, we expanded the list given the time that we had, but as you can see here, Moss Landing to Los Aguilas is by far the most revenue inadequate constraint here. So for today, we're actually going to be spending the most time covering that constraint as it's, again, the most inadequate and also the most chronic by count of months. And again, right, this covers the whole system-wide range from 2019 to 2024. And to get back to what we mentioned before, right, we're targeting the topmost constraints. We're able to effectively look at a large proportion of congestion or revenue inadequacy for congestion that's happened in recent years. So you can see that by just looking at these 11 constraints, we cover a large proportion of the inadequacy from 2023 and onwards, and then we have select cases in the past too that are also responsible for very specific periods. So ultimately, this is the list that we'll be focusing on, and as you read through the deck, you'll see that the analysis pertains to periods of time that you see here for this list of constraints. Yeah, I guess with the big picture, finished, I guess we can take one question before we go into the approach on the specifics of the analysis. So, I guess I'll go ahead and, Michelle, go ahead.
Yeah, so in addition to looking at these constraints, did you look and see who made money on these? Was it an LSC? Was it a bank? And this kind of gets back to, I believe it's NOHA, I don't know who that was, but point that, this hedge and this is a really great deal, but the data I've seen really shows that the payout for the auction to, banks and look like they're necessarily generators. So can you also overlay that analysis on what you're doing here?
Yeah, I think we lost a little bit of your question there, but, Guillermo, do you want?
Sorry, Michelle, you were cut off in the middle, so we couldn't grasp the question.
Oh, I'll be happy to do it again, which is to say, could you, by constraint, tell us who made money and who didn't, whether it's an auction participant and whether that's a bank or whether it's a generator or if it's an LSE, because, that will get at whether this is really a hedging activity versus a speculating activity. So, and NOHA said this is really, we've saved customers money, but the analysis I've seen mostly has, banks and, consulting, or some sort of firms that just do this, making a lot of the auction revenue. So it'd be super helpful if you guys could give us that data as well, so we know who the big winners are.
Yeah, just to clarify, Michelle, what you're referring to falls back to the previous topic of auction efficiency that is similar with some dependencies, but not the same as revenue adequacy. That is the topic that we already moved on. So, but to answer your question anyway, we could do it, and we try, and just look at the case of the study case that we have for Malin constraint, right? It is not equally situated to do analysis by constraint when it comes to the assessment of auction efficiency. And I would take the same case study that we have for Malin on January. The constraint on Malin was not even binding in the CRR auction. So effectively, if you go and try to get the value of the congestion in the CRR, there is none because the constraint was not binding. But then you have all this congestion in the day ahead. So, I can see the concept, but doesn't apply.
But what I've seen, it shows who wins and who loses from allocated and who wins and who loses from auction. So I know it's possible to do, and it seems to me that that would be super helpful information, right?
Yeah, and we have that, but not by constraint. Let me be clear.
Right,
by
I got
constraint,
it. But could you provide that to everyone so that we understand? Because I think the argument really is going to be, this is great for customers because we're hedging on your behalf, and the data I've seen doesn't support that contention.
Yeah, and I believe we posted that information a year ago. We ran out of time to update that in this deck, but for sure you can have a reference on the November 2023 session that we have with MSC. We can update that and bring it back to the deck.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sure, I guess we'll just quickly go through these. Aaron, go ahead.
This is Aaron Black from Saracen Energy. Just a quick question on, whether looking at this as every constraint that had revenue inadequacy and then just, kind of bar charting them the way that you all done this, I'm not sure that quite gets to some of the more interesting nuances in the differences between constraints and how they're underfunded. So, for example, if you go back, a few slides when you had, the CR, one more. Yeah. So if you look at all of these under the CRR payment column, the ones that actually flip, these constraints are common. They share kind of a common profile. Like Briosa Transformer, for example, has been underfunded 100% every single hour it's ever bound. That is certainly not the case for Moss Landing to Los Aguilas. And in fact, all of these ones where CRR payments got flipped are load-driven constraints. And Cortina is the same thing, 100% underfunded, 100% of the time it's ever balanced since 2019, or very close to. It's been, 90+% underfunded. As where Los Aguilas, it has a big revenue offset number because it's the most chronic constraint in the grid, but the funding is actually pretty good on that constraint. Right. So I think there are certain cases, we could talk about Humboldt as well, where all of those constraints are 100% underfunded every month, no matter what. As where Las Aguilas and some of these other ones have kind of more one-off ad hoc reasons why the topology might have changed and created some revenue inadequacy. Does this make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense, and we're getting to that, right? This is more or less to tee up the sub-list of constraints that we're going to be getting into, right? So in the next section, just before we took questions, the next section that we're going to go into is going to be a case study on Moss Landing to Los Aguilas, and we do plan on covering a few of the settlement reversal constraints, at the hourly level, looking at flows and looking at some of the, phenomenon that ultimately result in inadequacy and settlement reversal. So we're not quite there yet, but we're getting there. So.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
No worries. And then we just got one more before we continue on.
No, can you please introduce yourself too? Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. This is Noha Sidham on behalf of the Energy Trading Institute. And Michelle, thanks for. I really appreciate all of this analysis that you guys have done. I think it's great. I do think, given some of the questions that we're getting, and Michelle, I think that was a very valid question. Like, can you show us where the flow of the money is? And one of the things that you mentioned is, like, is it going to the big banks? Okay, well, why are the banks involved in this space? The banks are probably involved in this space because they are financing an asset. And so they have deployed a lot of money, and they need to make sure that they are well hedged against that. So I almost think, like, I know we're really getting into the weeds, and I really appreciate, and we requested this, like, constraint-based analysis and the causes and going through it. But I just want to make sure that we're going through this at a pace where people that don't trade and aren't, living in the constraints every single day can kind of, like, have perspective as to why this information is important. And why this, like, severe underfunding of stuff going negative could actually hurt somebody who is financing an asset and make it much more expensive to finance, which ultimately the customer pays for. So I just, like, Michelle, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I don't want to be dismissive or, like, I don't want us to move too fast past these questions, because I think it's really important for us to kind of discuss that part of the revenue or the auction efficiency piece fully, and then get to the constraint information, because it's important to tie all of this together, that the contracts don't get their full value, the customer might suffer because of the way these different constraints are treated, and the way that we're allocating the underfunding in a way that may not be just and reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to just go ahead and continue on just in light of time, but thank you for your comments. And it looks like we had the hand raised is still just residual from the last one?
Yeah.
Okay, yep. So continuing on, right, now we're going to get into the individual analyses of each of these, or not, I guess maybe not every constraint during this session, but the first most, right, so Moss Landing, as we just talked about, is the most chronic and has the largest offset by dollar amount. So this will be the first one to start off with. So just quickly, the approach we took is on these top constraints that we're looking at, we analyzed the timeline to ID key areas, right? So a lot of these, right, 2023, 2024, we'll see in the next slide, is kind of the area that we're focusing on. And within those timelines, we pick a contingency and dive into the hourly constraint flows for the year, looking at every binding hour for the year, in pinpointing key areas where we see the following three issues, right? We have missing power flow contributions from the shift factor threshold. We have power flow contributions from loop flows that take up some of the capacity and result in less rents. And then model differences that we'll see, very clear to look at the discrepancies between the CR and day-ahead markets. So with that being said, just another note that due to the wide time frame for these, What we opted to do is to graph these in a sense that it is every binding hour laid out in consecutive order rather than having breaks in the timeline for non-binding hours. So just keep in mind that there may be some discontinuity on the year, or there may be certain days of the month that are represented, and this is solely due to the fact that we are focusing on binding hours only for this analysis. So with that being said, just moving on to the analysis itself. Again, just one level setting slide. I think this is important to cover just so that we are all aligned on terms. There's a lot of different ways of describing the same thing. So just for the language that's used on the slides, we just want to quickly define them. The CRR limit is the transmission limit used in the clearing process of CRRs for both the allocation and auction processes, and this represents the final adjustments from NED rates. The IFM CR1B flows are the power flows estimated using the injections from the day-ahead market using the shift factors that are above the threshold. These are also the same flows that are used to calculate congestion rents and are referenced in the CR1B implementations of the same flows used in going forward from 2019. So we have IFM binding limit. This is the limit used in the clearing process for the day-ahead market for a given constraint. This basically reflects the final transmission limit for a constraint for this period. We have the CRR flows. These are the power flows that are estimated using the day-ahead shift factors, using injections from the sources and sinks of the held CRRs. This also is applicable to the shift factor threshold. And then IFM conformance, right, is the percentage of the rated capacity that is available in the market for that period, right? So for example, if we see a conformance level of 90%, right? So the transmission capacity for that constraint for that period of time is at 90%. It's not necessarily the inverse where 90% of the capacity is removed. And then lastly, we have recalculated IFM flows and recalculated CRR flows. And these are really just recreations of the previous terms that we used, but lifting the shift factor thresholds for both so that we get the full injections and withdrawals from within the ISO, to look at examples, and especially when we get into the settlement reversal. So with that being said, we're just going to move on. We'll take questions in a little bit. But overall, to summarize this first example, right, so Moss Landing to Las Agres, it's a 230 kV branch. As we've said many times now, it is the most chronic and the overall most revenue inadequate constraint. And really, this is a great example because it really does hit on all three of the aspects that we're talking about here. So we have issues with IFM conformance that may not necessarily be represented in the CRR model across long periods of time. We have issues where some periods that the 2% shift factor threshold results in not necessarily settlement reversals, but just very low flows in the IFM. And then additionally, we have contributions from the loop flows that end up taking up capacity, assuming limits are correct and the shift factor is not necessarily an issue there. It's kind of the last thing to check for that ultimately results in inadequacy, which we'll show in a second. But moving forward, overall, this is just a representation of what the numbers look like at the constraint level, summing up the offsets per month, and then attributing to the appropriate contingency. As we can see here, that first contingency, the Moss Landing to Los Banos 500 contingency is very consistent, and that's the one that we'll be using primarily for this analysis. As far as the time periods that we're going to go into, we're looking at primarily the years for the years for 2023 and 2024, starting in April for a deeper dive in 2023, and then looking at the summer of 2024 as well as into the early fall as well, just to pick some of the key months to focus in on. So getting back to the binding hour comment that I had earlier, right? So what we have here are all of the binding hours in 2023 from January to December in consecutive order here, right? What we're seeing on the graph is the dark blue line is the binding limit used in the IFM. The gray line is the CRR limit that is used in the monthly process. Again, incorporates any D rates. This is the final limit that's used for the clearing of CRRs. In the background, that also is correlated to the rightmost legend, we have an area chart that represents how much conformance is present for the IFM limit. This is not the best example visually for this because this constraint in particular has rating changes within the day, right? During select on-peak hours, the rating will actually increase. So this results in the noise that we're seeing, right? We do see some fluctuation rather than just a flat line. But ultimately, in other examples, we'll see the IFM limit reflect the shape of the conformance level that we see in the background. Yes?
I apologize. You know, can we do a double check?
Sure.
I think we may have some lag on the slide.
Oh, do we really?
I'm moving the slide beforehand right now. I have the backup. So
Did we screw up? Or?
No, you're good.
Oh, we're good?
I'm running the slides for you.
Really? Okay.
Just, this one's not working, but don't worry about it.
Interesting. Okay.
They
Yep.
can't see us too.
Okay. Oh, wow.
So keep telling me, or you move the slides out, move it with you.
Sure, sure. Okay.
Thank you, everybody. I'm glad already taken care of.
Yeah,
Sorry.
keep going.
Yeah,
I have you.
did not catch that. Okay.
Manual.
Yeah, we're manual backup.
Gotcha. Okay. Yes, so really the big takeaway from this slide, right, is that ideally we would want the IFM limit to be above the CRR limit, right? Anytime that we see a divergence of the two where the CRR limit is on top of the IFM limit, this opens up the possibility for inadequacy from a limit perspective, right? Assuming perfect conditions elsewhere, this lends itself to the potential that more CRRs can be released than could possibly be funded through the IFM day-ahead market. So, yep, I guess I will just quickly.
Yeah, everything's good.
We're okay?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, just quickly before we get into the hourly flows, I just want to go ahead and just stop and maybe see if there's any questions on terms or just kind of the layout of the few slides that we've gone through.
It's frozen. Here's 2 questions.
Yes. Okay, those aren't residual from the last ones?
Let me double check, sorry. That one's frozen. There's no questions right now.
There's no questions. Okay. So moving on, right, maintaining the limits on the slide, we're going to go ahead and introduce the CRR flows in addition to the day-ahead flows, right? So what we can see here, right, is that we have a lot of variability. In the sections that we do see the CRR limit above the IFM limit, we especially see that CRR flows are above the day-ahead flows, right? Another way of interpreting this is anytime the yellow flows are above the lighter shade of blue, we result in an offset for that hour, a negative offset, and anytime the blue line is above the yellow line, the lighter shade of blue, we result in a surplus. And that can be represented in the background. We have an area chart that is running at an hourly level to track the the hourly offsets. Right, so this is a lot of data to take in. So what we're going to be doing next is taking individual chunks of this timeline for 2023 and walking through them with a little bit more detail, right? So starting off, we're going to be looking at March and April of 2023. This is a much easier to follow view, and again, for this particular case, the dark blue line is the IFM limit, and the gray line is the CRR limit. For these 2 months, we actually have good modeling when it comes to limits. The CRR limit is above, the IFM limit is above the CRR limit for most of this period, except for maybe the last tail bit of April. But what we can see here is that there's a lot of noise when it comes to the CRR flows and the IFM flows that are used for settlements. What this is indicative of, right, is we see this type of variability when it comes to the shift factor threshold. When we see these dramatic shifts up and down, primarily with the IFM, there is some cases where we see the peak-off-peak pattern happening with the CRR flows, but for the most part, this is indicative that there is something going on with the shift factor threshold. So what we end up doing here is Are we disconnected?
No, we're good.
Just go ahead.
That's a separate issue. You could put yes.
Yes, okay. Right, so looking at the same view, right, but incorporating all shift factors, we see a much more predictable shape, something that we would expect to see here. Ultimately, the CRR flows are still above the IFM flows, but for the most part, we see a much tighter formation to the limits. It just, visually makes more sense to what we would expect to see here. Since limits are accounted for and the shift factor threshold is now lifted, the difference in, or I guess the last piece to cover is loop flows, right? So as we mentioned before, the dark blue line is the binding limit. Since these are all binding hours, this is also synonymous with the total cleared value on the line, right? So in addition to the scheduled flows from within the ISO, we also have parallel flows that are happening that also take up capacity on the line, right? So now that we have the calculated flows from everything within the ISO, and we have the total number of flows possible on the line, if we take the difference, that amount is what we're attributing to loop flows. So with that being said, limits check out. Limits are not an issue here. We have fixed the shift factor threshold, right? So that is partially, part of the equation on the revenue inadequacy. And then third is we see the delta between the dark blue line and the light blue line. And that delta is what we're attributing to loop flows that are occupying capacity on the line. So to illustrate this, well, first off, we also want to show the possible shifts that lifting the shift factor threshold can have. So for a given hour on the timeline, we can see increases in both the IFM flows and CRR flows as much as 110 megawatts in some cases, and we also see decreases as deep as 150 megawatts for some hours. So what we see here is that even though it doesn't necessarily fix the inadequacy issue, we do have flows that are much more representative of what we'd expect to see going into it at the hourly level. So, as mentioned before, we do have a way of showcasing what the settlements would look like at the daily level, right? So, here we have the congestion rent summed up as the green line. These are the original rents, and in the red we have the total notional revenue amounts as the target for revenue adequacy, right? So. Comparing these, right, anytime the green line is touching the red line, we have revenue adequacy for that day. Yep.
Okay.
Are we good? Okay. Where it's not touching the red line, we have a offset for that particular day. Overall, as they are, we have an 85% adequacy for March, and we have 80% adequacy for April. When we look at a similar view using the recalculated shift factors, we actually have a small decrease in numbers, but more or less they are roughly the same, right? So we go from 85 and 80 to 84 and 76, right? And then factoring the last piece, which is loop flows, as a way to kind of grade this constraint on a sense of just the limits and shift factors, what we wanted to do is bring the loop flows into the payment situation. So what we've done here is add them as a padding to the payments by taking the loop flow amount and calculating the chunk of rents that would have been present just given the amount of loop flows online. So what we see here is that adding in the adjustment for loop flows, we see 93% revenue adequacy for March and a 99% adequacy for revenue adequacy for April. Again, ultimately, this allows us to assess adequacy from a perspective of just shift factors and limits. And ultimately, if limits, since we have good limits and shift factors are accounted for, ultimately, without loop flows, we would have a solid period from a revenue adequacy perspective. So before we go into the next period, I'll go ahead and pause here just for any questions. Nothing? Okay.
That one's not working again.
This is not working?
No, the side.
Oh, that side? Okay.
Oh, Eric Little, we can call him, he just raised his hand.
Sure, go ahead, Eric.
Hey, thank you, Eric Little from CalCCA, and maybe this is a bit early, but with the three factors that you have here, and I see on these slides that depending upon which example, some of them have a bigger impact, some of them have a smaller impact, and sometimes they actually go the opposite direction. Is the ISO planning on doing any further analytics to say, if we fixed all three of these, what would total revenue adequacy look like for the entire year of 2023? How much would it have improved by?
Ideally, we would like to do that, but there is no technological capability to be able to perform that assessment. The sample that you have here has taken us an incredible effort to be able to replicate in a counterfactual basis, doing it for specific constraints for limited periods, trying to plug this systematically for a whole period for all constraints is just something that is not feasible. So we see the power of the idea, is just the inability to implement it, to get that final value that you are referring to.
Okay, appreciate that. And then the second question that I have for you is, these changes that you're talking about, would they require a tariff change? It seems like this is probably BPM level of how you exactly account for loop flows, et cetera. Is this something that you can do without having to file a tariff?
I wouldn't like to go ahead of ourselves at this stage. I think we're
okay.
in the exploration stage. But I see the motivation for having this discussion. So I think down the road, eventually we're going to reach that stage.
That's fair. Thank you for the answers. I appreciate it.
Yeah, if there's no additional questions, we're just going to continue on. Now looking at July and August for the same year, doing a similar exercise. So here, focusing in on summer months, we see again the same variability between both sets of flows, right? We see, despite the limits being much higher, we see flows above and below the limits for both sets. Particularly with the CRR flows, we see them reaching upwards of 500 megawatts. This could be due to the offset in limits, but it also could be due to the fact that since the auction, right, there may be sets of outages or just topology changes in general that could lead to inflated CRR flows in that sense, right? There could be changes that expand the shift factor spread for a given CRR that result in higher or lower flows, as we can see here. One thing to note is that while the first month, so July, does have an issue with limits, the second half, the month of August, is doing good from a limit perspective. We see the IFM limit is above the CRR limit here. So now going into the recalculated flows using all shift factors, we still see the peak off-peak pattern for CRR flows, right, still above IFM flows, but we do get rid of the oscillation that we've been seeing in the IFM flows, ultimately resulting in a more, stable set of flows that make the calculation for offsets at the monthly level, makes it much cleaner, makes it easier to understand. As far as how much movement we've seen from the recalculated flows, ultimately we don't see as much as the past example. We can see more movement for IFM flows. We see them increasing as much as 150 megawatts, but we also see decreases for both sets as much as 180 in the other direction. So again, not as much movement as the last example, but there is a sizable effect by removing the threshold for shift factors just for this period. Doing a similar exercise for the daily settlements. One thing to note again is that there was a limit discrepancy for July, and we see that reflected in the 64% adequacy for July. We are at parity for August, and we see a much higher number, 87 for August. Bringing in the same view for the recalculation of shift factors, really we see very similar numbers. Again, we see a small reduction in adequacy, but I think the overall behavior of the flows is preferable. So while we may see a small hit in this particular case, there is benefit of having not quite as much movement in the estimated flows for both. And we'll have an example later, right, where we see that while it may not have a huge impact for these periods, in 2024 there is a case where the shift factor threshold really does come to save the day. So, you know, holding that for later, we'll go ahead and move on to the view with loop flows. So again, you know, this is not a perfect science, right? This is just an adjustment to the CRR, to the congestion rents, right? Just kind of lifting them of the total amount of loop flows, right? Just to kind of look at the effects of limits and shift factors in isolation, removing loop flows from the equation. And what we see here is with the limit issue in July, we see 73% revenue adequacy after accounting for all these variables, and then we see 88% revenue adequacy for August. So ultimately, we see, you know, factoring in all of the fixes, we see a net increase in adequacy by a significant portion, so 10% in July and 5% for August. So now moving on to the next period, so we're looking at 2024 now. Ultimately, there's a lot less discrepancy in limits than what we saw in 2023. Coming into the beginning of the year, we do see some separation, right? But ultimately, they catch up with each other come May. There's a slight offset for the summer, and then a slight offset in October. It's a little difficult to see since, again, we have the intraday changes to the ratings that are happening on on-peak hours, but ultimately, we'll have several examples to walk through periods where the limits are offset from each other, and then periods where the limits are, you know, at parity here. So, moving on to the flows for March and April of 2024. I'm sorry, I guess bringing in flows for the, sorry, got a little ahead of myself there. So bringing in the flows in addition to the limits, we do see some spikes in flows, right? So one thing that we have not introduced yet is the inclusion of short duration outages that could change topology during the month, right? They're not quite big enough to be impactful in the CRR process, but they do show up, they change shift factors around, and we ultimately do see periods where the CRR flows can spike, and we see periods where revenue adequacy spikes for certain days of the month. So this is just one other thing that we wanted to call out. But going forward, focusing in on March and April, are we?
No, I have the same slide. Just, yeah, you're good. I think that was blank.
Nothing, yeah. So, yeah, March and April, I guess, you know, we do see a very similar pattern, right? So to kind of contrast it, right, what we would see here is ultimately bigger peaks and troughs for both flows, but recalculating with correct, or with the full shift factor threshold, ultimately we see much more controlled flows. But given the offset of limits, we do see that the CRR flows are steadily ahead of IFM flows across both months, bar early March, where the limits are at parity. And then again, we do see some spikes that are due to either short duration outages, just brief changes in topology that exaggerate the CRR flows for that short period. Unlike 2023, we see very small movement in comparison to 2023. You know, it's still upwards of 100 megawatts of adjustment for IFM and CRR flows. So we do see some effect of removing the shift factor threshold. Again, doing a similar exercise as we've done before. For March and April, at the daily settlement level, we are at 91% adequacy for March, 66% adequacy for April. looking at the adequacy post-shift factor recalculation, we're at 87% and 75% for April. Unlike the last example, looking at 2023, we didn't see a lot of improvement from the shift factor recalculation, but here we do start to see that while it may not be beneficial for some periods, it does have an effect for others later on the timeline. Again, doing the adjustment for loop flows, right? So now, again, doing our best to adjust for that and looking at it from a limit and shift factor perspective, we see 100% adequacy for March and 99% for April. So moving down the year, we are now looking at July and August of 2024. From a limit perspective, for July, we have parity for the most part, also in August, parity for the most part. But what you can see here is that despite that, we have very strong offsets in the flows, right? We have IFM flows as low as 50 megawatts in some spots where we'd expect to see it 300 megawatts plus. So while we have not seen as big of an effect from the shift factor recalculation in past examples, for this particular period, we're going to see a dramatic change. So flipping to the recalculated flows, we see that the IFM flows significantly pick up, right? We go from flows at the 50 megawatt to 100 megawatt level to where we would expect to see them 250, 300 megawatts for the month of July. However, we don't see a ton of movement for the CRR flows. Like what you can see there is that that orange line is actually right on top of the CRR original limit in gray, so we don't see very much change there. And then again, looking at this from a delta perspective, we see that we saw a much larger uplift for IFM flows than we saw with the CRR flows. Looking at it from a daily settlement perspective again, the original flows resulted in 51% adequacy for July and 72% adequacy for August. We saw a very big change from recalculation with all shift factors, so we see an improvement up to 81% for July and 104% for August. So in total, a 30% raise. And then doing the adjustment for loop flows, we see as much as 95% adequacy for July and then a surplus for August. So yeah, that wraps up Moss Lines of Los Angeles. I'll go ahead and just stop here for a second to see if there's any questions. I know our system is not necessarily.
Just questions on the chat from
Sure.
John. Is the changes that you just showed,
Sure.
are those due to changes in topology? Topology.
I'm guessing for this slide?
Yeah.
Yeah, so these deltas are caused from the shift factor threshold adjustment, right? So what you can see here is if there, for example, looking at 1 hour, we see about 225 megawatts, right? So what we're saying there is that by lifting the shift factor threshold, we saw an increase in IFM flows of 225 megawatts for that given hour, right? And then the inverse would be if we had negative values, we would see a decrease by that much due to the recalculation of flows without the shift factor threshold. So I hope that helps there.
Yes, and then there's a few more questions. Abraham asked, it seems that the SFT could be creating a significant challenge for the dispatchers understanding how loaded constraints are from a reliability standpoint.
Yeah, noted. I guess any others in the chat?
Yes. Can you walk through how you calculated loop flow adjustment? Which table did you use?
Sure. So when it comes to the loop flow adjustment, maybe I'll find a good example just just going back a little bit. Do you have to change?
Yeah, I'm changing it.
Oh, are you, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a reflex. But, as you can see here, right, as mentioned, the dark blue line, again, is the binding limit, but it's also synonymous with the cleared value on the line, the cleared, megawatt value. So, what we're seeing here is that if we take the delta of the dark blue line and the light blue line, we end up with a value that we are saying is the capacity that is taken up by loop flows, right? So now we have this amount here. We don't have represented on the slide, but we also have hourly shadow prices that are. Did we just lose it?
I'm good. We're still 112.
Still 112?
Yeah. We could go back. I think. Okay, just go to slide 112 and then I'll run it from here, if you can.
Thank you for your patience, everybody. We're navigating some WebEx.
And then the person who asked that question said it makes perfect sense, so.
Yes. Yeah, and then you take that delta, multiply it by shadow price, and you end up with a, a dollar amount adjustment that we can use to more or less lift the impact from loop flows from the congestion rent, from the inadequacy equation.
And the question from the top topology was, what are CR flows?
Yeah, so not to change slides too much, right? CRR flows are the contributions, the injections and withdrawals from the individual CRRs at an aggregate level. If you take those, use the hourly shift factors in the day ahead and sum them up, we get a estimated flow for CRRs that we can then, use to calculate notional revenue. So if you have the slide deck open, I don't have the exact number, and I don't want to flip back to that just given our technical issues, but we do have a definition at the beginning of this analysis that, we'll walk you through all the different terms, so.
Okay, we're good. Just reintroduce yourself to you folks, just log back in if you can.
Sure, yeah. So for those who don't know me, my name is Kyle Pelham. I'm walking us through a root cause analysis for some of the most revenue inadequate constraints. I work under the market analysis and design team under Guillermo, so please continue to ask your questions. I'm here to walk us through this. So as they arise, go ahead and I'm guessing chat is our limited option for now.
Yeah.
So please let us know. Yep. Yeah, so given the time, we do have a few more examples for non-settlement reversal constraints, but I'm going to flip us through a few examples where we see that the settlement reversal is present. So let me they can't see my screen, right?
No,
Yeah, so let me just jump through it and I'll show you where we can kind of sync up. You want to start with the, so we're at 163. Yep. Sure. Oh, yep.
Okay, thank you, Kyle. I think you start getting the idea of the approach we are taking for root cause analysis, and that is appropriate to understand why we are facing these chronic issues of revenue inadequacy. Now, the consequence of having revenue inadequacy under the current functionality that we have is that we have to reduce the value of the CRRs by the amount of the inefficiency, of the inadequacy. And when we think in practical terms, we would expect that reduction of the value of the CRRs could be some value reasonable in the range of 0 to 100, right? If you have a value of the CRR, let's say $100, you would expect that the reduction would be somewhere up to $100. What we have seen, and this is not new from this analysis, and we start tracking this since the first assessment we did back in 2020, is that once we apply the CRR adjustments, we end up in some cases where we not only reduce the full value of the CRR. If the CRR is valued at $100, through the deficit adjustment, we reduce the full 100, and then we keep going on the negative side. So we may end up charging the CRR an extra $20. So the total clawback of the reduction is $120 that is greater than the nominal value of the CRR. And that is obviously something not very intuitive to understand how it could be that once you apply a reduction, it ends up in the different direction. What we have here is a very simple illustration. If we have the CRR notional value, that is the face value of the CRR of $1,000, we end up in conditions where the offset revenue could be $1,200 negative, meaning we are going to reduce the value of the CRR by $1,200. Effectively, the adjusted settlement is going to be minus $200. We claw back the full notional value of the full notional value of 1,000 and an extra 200 in the reverse direction. And that is a challenge to first understand why it's happening and to make sense of how that is possible to happen. As part of this root cause analysis, we put a special emphasis to understand why we are seeing these conditions. And first, before going into the root causes, let's explore how frequently, how chronic this flow reversal is. Here you have a simple trend over time since the implementation of the pro rata funding, and it's broken out in three groups. The one in blue is the total nominal value of the CRR. The one in green is the portion that effectively we are reversing. And the one in red is the complement to capture the total magnitude of the full trip, going from the notional value up to the final negative value. So all the settlement clawback that is happening is the green plus the red. If you sum up all that at the system level for the whole period, that is about 4% of the value of the CRRs. Volume-wise, it's still relatively small, but it's more about the type of outcome we are getting that is problematic to understand how that could be possible to happen. This is a different way to see the same information. It's broken out by a specific transmission constraint. And the right-hand side, or sorry, the x-axis is the number of hours. This is not about the magnitude, this is about the frequency, how frequently this is happening. And the size of the bubble is the value of the adjustment, the reversal. And the closer you are to the left-hand axis, it means the less frequently that constraint has been exposed to that condition. Yes, there are a few cases that are outliers. They are far in the right, meaning they happen a lot. And some of them have larger bubbles indicating it happens a lot, and they are quite significant in dollar value. And we are going to have some cases to illustrate why we are ending up with this type of scenarios. Again, where you have a full positive notional CRR value after we apply the pro rata funding, the net payment to the CRR is negative, meaning it's actually a charge. And I'm going to get it back to Kyle to walk us through the specific sample cases that he has studied for this condition.
Cool, thank you, Guillermo. Yeah, so getting into the first example of a constraint, affected by settlement reversal, we're starting off with the Rio Oso transformer. This was the most revenue inadequate transformer constraint on our list. Ultimately, the main impacts are the effects of the small shift factor threshold, right? So as we saw on that last example, there are some cases where lifting that threshold we can see increases in flow by, nearly 100%, all right? So with that, there are also periods of discrepancy between the IFM and CRR limits. We'll see a few examples, right, where we're at parity, and then there are a few examples, right, where the difference is quite apparent, and we can compare both. So getting into the overall monthly values, right, for this constraint, for the most part, we see the most inadequacy for this constraint in 2024, but for our example here, we'll start with 2023 and then look at 2024 as well. But what you can see is that the inadequacy did not start necessarily to be an issue until 2023. So what we have on the left-hand side of the screen are essentially zeros. So starting off with 2023, we see that the gray line, the CRR limit, is well above the IFM limit here, right? And starting in July, we start to see conformance D rates kick down to 90% and then as much as 85% for the rest of the year. So with that in place, we basically have an unlevel playing field when it comes to the amount of CRRs that could be released. So depending on the volume of CRRs released and how the ship back to threshold affects the IFM flows, we can see different levels of inadequacy, despite fairly consistent limits. So now adding the constraint flows to the graph while keeping the limits present, we do see that we have negative values for the IFM flows, right? We see that in February, we have nearly entirely negative flows, and then we see it oscillating right around the zero mark for the rest of the year and lifting in September. We do see some very high spikes in CRR flow in the beginning of the year, right? Yet we have small offsets. The reason for that is that the the shadow price for these hours were actually very small. So while we do have probably the biggest gap in flows at the beginning of the year, because of the small shadow prices, we ultimately don't have very large offsets in comparison to the following months. Since the flows are a little easier to discern versus Moss Landing example, we have all of them present on the slides. So what we see here is that the CRR flows do not change. Again, we see that they are pretty much directly on top of each other. The recalculated flows do not necessarily change dramatically from the original flows. But what we do see is that the IFM flows go from oscillating into the negative direction to being completely positive for the duration of the whole year. And in fact, for July, lifting the ship back to threshold brings us in line to be revenue adequate. And it's not until we cross over to August that we see the issue with the limits come into effect here. Additionally, factoring in loop flows, we don't have the daily settlement chart for this particular example, but what we can see is that there is a sizable gap between the dark blue line, that is the IFM binding limit, and the lighter shade of blue line, indicating that there is some capacity that is taken up by loop flows, ultimately leading to the inadequacy that we're seeing in August. You could imagine by removing loop flows and comparing the dark blue line to the orange line, for the most part, August would be adequate, given the ship back to threshold adjustment and having no loop flows on the line. So, moving on to 2024, we see a little bit less uniform D rates from IFM conformance. We see as much as 70% in June of 2024. And ultimately, what we can take away from this is that for the entire duration of the year, the CRR limit is above the limit found in the IFM. Again, ultimately, this leads to the opportunity for revenue inadequacy due to the amount of CRRs that can be released. in comparison to what can be collected in the day-ahead market. Bringing flows into the visual, we see that, again, particularly for July and August and September, basically the entirety of summer, we see that flows can oscillate into the negative direction very heavily. This is indicative of the shift factor threshold issue that we've been covering. Recalculating flows for July and August, we see that this time the recalculation of CRR flows does result in an uplift for flows in general. So as we've seen in previous examples, we saw very little change in CRR flows, right? But here we can see that we do see a small shift in comparison to previous examples. Additionally, the shift factor threshold lifting does bring the IFM flows from the negative direction, bringing it up to above 50 megawatts. So while it does not solve revenue inadequacy due to the issue of limits and loop flows, we do get rid of the settlement reversal issue by eliminating the shift factor threshold. So I'll go ahead and stop here for just one example. If you have any questions on settlement reversals in general, or this example, we'll go ahead and answer them, but if not.
There's no question. I did get one earlier.
Sure.
There was just an earlier question from Abraham about how the GDF was factored into the IFM performance calculation. That might be a way earlier question, but he brought it up.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah. So the IFM, so the global D rate is represented in the IFM limit in addition to the conformance D rate as well. So what we're seeing is basically the net result of both. We don't necessarily have it broken down from a percentage change, but you can imagine if we're at 90%, you add 10% and then add an additional 17.5% from the global D rate, and you can kind of back calculate what the different D rates would have been in that order. So
let me add to make sure that there is no confusion here, because the global derating factor is a derate applicable only to constraints in the CRR market. There is also the rate model as conformances in the day-ahead IFM market. There could be cases, as Kyle is indicating, where by practice we're going to incorporate IFM conformances that were used in the IFM to be reflected in the CRR market to align the market. That may be in place, and on top of that, it comes the global derating factor. A short story, for the limits that are seen in these presentations, they are reflective of the final value that was used in the clearing process.
More questions?
No questions. Yeah, so given the time that we have, we're going to walk through a couple more examples of settlement reversals. This is an interesting one. So we have IBM to Metcalf. One thing that we haven't touched on is that due to the smaller size of the constraints, they seem to be more impacted by the shift factor threshold, or impacted by the shift factor threshold, right? We see the megawatt contributions play a much higher proportion to the total capacity of the constraint, so we see the biggest shifts. And this constraint doesn't necessarily have the issue with limits that we've seen in prior examples, so this is a good example to look at the impact from the shift factor threshold in isolation with, of course, the additional effect from loop flows that we necessarily can't control for. As far as time period goes, there's not a lot of activity in the most recent year, so we're going to be looking at that large middle portion. For the blue contingency, we're going to be looking at June 2023 up to September of 2023. So as mentioned previously, we don't have the disparity in limits that we've seen in past examples. There are some months where the CRR limit is slightly above, but it's not quite as high as what we've seen on some of the examples for, like, for example, Mas Linus Las Aguilas. We saw a large difference that resulted into a lot of revenue inadequacy, but the size difference here is as much as maybe 20 megawatts, so we're not expecting to see as big of an effect from that factor. So bringing in the flows for the year, like the last example, we see flows oscillating around the 0 megawatt line, both in the positive and negative direction. So we have settlement reversals when the flow flows into the negative direction, and then, of course, when it's positive, we just see very deep offsets. And this is a good example because we see that when we recalculate flows using no shift factor threshold, we actually result in a near, or very much likely so, a surplus for July and a surplus for August. So just from that change alone, not accounting for loop flows or limits, we go from a deep deficit to a surplus for these 2 months. Any questions so far? You got it?
We go to the congestion rates.
I'm sorry?
We go to the congestion rates.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, so let's keep moving. Actually, we have to go up, don't we? Oh, no, it's way down, yeah. Abhishek, do you mind covering this? I just am not super familiar with these ones. Yeah, so,
Okay, so these are the slides basically just to provide the hourly profile of congestion rents over the 5-year period starting from 2019 to 2024. There were some questions about whether would there be a change in the time of use. So we just wanted to put out there that what the congestion pattern is and how does it look. This shows the hourly pattern broken down by the flow gates, the interties, the nodal group constraints, and the nomograms. Can you go to the next one? And this particular chart shows you the different profile by year, how the profile for the congestion rent is broken down by the flow gates and the interties. You can see that there is a different pattern for a couple of years, especially in 2020. But pretty much when you see that the flow gate is the dark blue on the top of stack during the middle hours, there you can see that the congestion rate accrued over the flow gates is usually during the middle hours, that is hour ending 8 to hour ending 16, 17. Then next one. Okay, so this chart is giving you, so this is a little different. So basically, this is giving you the delta. So what we did in this particular analysis was we picked 3 nodes in the 3 regions, sample nodes, that is for SCE, PG, and SDG area, and we took the delta of the trading hubs with those 3 nodes as a sample period to see what the delta between the trading hub and those nodes were as a reflective, whether at an aggregate level for a 2023 to 2024, is the delta continuously in a positive or in a negative direction during a specific hours. And that is what we wanted to see, whether how the delta looks as a reference from the trading hubs for those 3 sample nodes. And this shows you the aggregated for the 3 nodes. In this particular chart, you can see that PG&E has the 3 nodes. The delta between the trading hub and those three aggregated nodes shows that there is a slightly negative average in the middle hours as compared to, which is for SC and SGG, just way smaller gap for those two areas. Very good. Again, this is in a different format that we're showing. The previous one was more into the hourly profile of how the different hours during the middle hours of the day. It looks like this is on the monthly pattern. How the monthly pattern, are there any particular pattern that we have seen where the delta between the trading hubs and the MCC, the congestion component between the trading hub and the nodes that we selected across the three regions?
Yeah, so now we're at the last section of this analysis. So for the next two quick kind of subsections, we're going to be looking at the allocation of counterflows for both the annual and monthly processes. So just kind of a quick summary. In order to maintain simultaneous feasibility in the CRR allocation process, counterflow CRRs at the trading hub, at the applicable trading hub, may be allocated as part of the allocation portfolios. So overall, looking at total volume from a time of use perspective across the three DLAPs, we don't see any huge pattern other than, of course, seeing larger volumes in the on-peak, but from a yearly and hub-wise view, we don't see any, consistent patterns across the board. We see PG&E has a large volume for 2021 that does not necessarily carry on to following years. Doing a similar approach, right? Instead of looking at volume, we're just looking at the total number of CRRs by year for each DLAP. We see that San Diego primarily has the most volume, the highest count of CRRs allocated, or counterflows that are allocated. But again, the total amount does not stay consistent from year to year. We can see in 2021, it's as low as 1,000 CRRs, and we've seen as much as over 4,000 for 2020. So, nothing systemic that we're seeing from this view. Now looking at the DLAPs on one at a time, right? Looking at it from a seasonal perspective now, we see that for the on-peak, season 1 and season 2 seem to be where the most volume is allocated for years 2019 to 2022, but in the last several years, we see much less volume in general for PG&E. Moving to SCE, we see again a similar pattern where a lot of the allocation, as expected, is done in season 1 and season 2. Of course, more so in the on-peak time of use. We do see here that in 2023 we have relatively very little volume for SCE. Now doing a similar process for San Diego, we see that 2024 saw the most volume allocated. And now doing a similar exercise for monthly counterflows. Here we do see that predominantly PG&E does have the most volume in past years, but overall allocation volume has decreased since 2022, and then of course 2024 seeing the least amount of volume in comparison to past years. Contrary to volume, looking at counts, again we see PG&E being the highest count of distinct CRRs across years. In total, if you were to aggregate all five, and then the short duration of 2025 that we have. And now looking at it from a monthly view for each DLAP, PG&E, of course, we see no clear pattern when it comes to the months Of course, we see 2020 that we had a high amount in May, but overall, it looks like volumes are lower for the most current years versus what we've seen in the past since the pro rata implementation. Similarly, with SCE, Southern California Edison, we see that December of 2020, we saw a large increase in allocation. But again, similar story, we see less volume overall for previous years than what we've seen in the past. And then finally, looking at San Diego, we don't really see much of a systemic trend here again. But again, 2024 is much less than we've seen 2022, 2023, and then overall, we don't see any particular months that are sticking out as potential issues. So, yeah.
That's your last slide, too.
Yep.
All right. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Let's do a quick
Check of hands.
Yeah. If there's any questions, go ahead.
I did get one question for slide 165 for the histogram, so I'll go to that one now. It asked about, with the 4%. So in the histogram, it shows that what percentage occur more than 100%, the 4%, but also how much is the 80 to 100%, and how much is 60 to 80%, and et cetera.
So can you just repeat that one more time?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
So do you have a histogram that shows what percentage occur more than 100%? And I could ask Abraham if you'd like to clarify on that.
Yeah, there is a slide that we
Skipped, yeah.
rushed through very quickly earlier on.
It had the 4% on there. Maybe, I did see it too. And if there's any.
So the 4%.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So the 4% is just about how much the settlement reversal is. Are they talking about what the additional amount is?
It was during the root cause analysis before we moved to this topic. So let me confirm what slide that was. I don't think it's 165. All right, and I did see Aaron Black. Let's go ahead and mute Aaron before we get, because I don't know if he might be able.
This is Aaron Black from Saracen Energy. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can. You can.
Great. Hey, so just a quick question. Is it fair to say that when we talk about, for example, these reversal constraints only having, an impact of about 4% of total CRR payments, someone would have to have been buying these CRRs or being allocated them for them to show up in your data. So for another way to say this is, if the market just stops buying this, in other words, hedgers don't use them, speculators don't use them because everyone sees the pattern that they're always heavily, if not completely, underfunded to the point of a reversal, then they won't have much offset revenue. So they won't, you're saying they're only 4%, but it could be because everyone has abandoned them. Is that correct?
I think it could be logical to think that way, that by the exposure that they represent, and there is going to be less demand for those CRRs, and potentially it may dry up, right?
Yeah.
It could be, but if you look at this trend, when that is happening, actually it is not going away, right? It's still there. And the 4% really accrues more towards the end of the period reported rather than the earlier period.
Sure. Yeah, and the only reason I bring this up, as we think about the purpose of CRRs in the market for utilities and participants to hedge volatility, in my mind, even though it might only be 4%, if the market has stepped away from these areas, then it effectively creates large areas of the grid that cannot be hedged. And so even though it might only be 4%, this seems to be a much more grave issue than, something like Mas Landing de Las Aguilas that, is only, it's a large number of offset revenue because it's the most chronic constraint and one of the most transacted constraints in these auctions. As a percentage of notional revenue, well, Moss Landing to Los Aguilas might only lose 20, 30, 40% of that notional revenue. But if you have areas that systemically lose 100% of the notional revenue, then now it's kind of open season that no one can hedge there, and everyone's at full risk. That was my concern of why I wanted to kind of elevate these, even if it's only 4%. I think these areas are still a big deal.
Yeah, understood. We are not minimizing this type of outcomes, and that is problematic to justify to be in place.
Sure. Thank you.
All right, next, Abram. Here's just 2 more questions.
Hi, thanks. I just wanted to clarify my question, which is that I think that there are not that many constraints, and I think the 4% seems about right, that are greater than 100% underfunded with the settlement reversal. But it's illustrative of a bigger problem, which I think you've walked through and identified here related to other factors. And what I was hoping is that you could provide some illustration of the magnitude of the problem by creating a histogram that would look at, okay, we know 4% is more than 100% underfunded, but what percent is 80 to 100% underfunded, or 90 to 100% underfunded, and what percent is more than 50% underfunded? Because that's also from a hedging standpoint and a financial integrity of the CRR, still a really high level, when you look specifically. And I think in our analysis, at least for 2024, we had like 90 constraints that were over 75% underfunded. Again, I don't know that we didn't calculate exactly what percentage of the total CRR payments that was, but I think it would help illustrate the problem a little bit more to provide a broader histogram of how many constraints are experiencing really significant underfunding.
Yeah, thank you for the suggestion, Abram.
Next is Daniel, really quick question, and that's it we have.
Yes, this is Daniel Curtin, California Department of Water Resources. I was wondering if ISO is planning on doing any analysis on the on-peak, CRR on-peak split. There was other market participants interested in this issue. We focused 5 hours of discussion on the CRR revenue adequacy, auction adequacy. However, the past CRR enhancements, the other issues were discussed as CRR on peak split. Is ISO planning on having some additional discussion on that?
We introduced some preliminary analysis that was towards the end of the presentation, Daniel, and like the pattern of congestion, right? At what time of the day? I think we can have different facets of the analysis to unpack more of the information. Maybe there is a seasonal pattern and so on. If you have any suggestions of what type of analysis you may be thinking about, it would be useful to know that.
Okay, I'll send them to.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Well, that's a good transition. All right. Thank you, everybody. This is bringing us close to 4. So to wrap this up, the first thing I want to note is we covered a lot of ground here. And so thank you to Guillermo, Kyle, and Abhishek. In light of just how much material we have here and the questions that we're getting, I think it would be helpful to have a second follow-up meeting to talk more about this information. So we will go back and look at the calendar and be in touch through the initiative webpage about scheduling a follow-up discussion so we can go over some of this, discuss it further as needed. In the meantime, just a very quick 30-second recap. We had a lot of great discussion here this morning on looking at the performance, just the outcomes since 2019, since the last policy changes were made. Guillermo recapped the concepts of revenue adequacy and auction efficiency. We had a discussion of the January 2024 case study as it relates to how we think about the concept of auction efficiency. And then we went through a number of examples on revenue inadequacy, and we see that there are multiple drivers here, and depending on where and when you're looking, there is not one answer here, but they all, they have relatively different impacts depending where and when you're looking. So thank you everybody for your engagement. A lot to discuss here, and we will follow up to provide another opportunity to continue that. Thank you, everybody.
And then lastly, but not least, we'll wrap this up with materials posted on the congestion revenue rights enhancement. We plan to notice any information coming up for future meetings. Right now, we tentatively scheduled a March 25th meeting, but we will provide that notice with more opportunities for those to add it to their calendars. And if there's any questions, feel free to submit them through ISO Stakeholder Affairs, like ISO.com, and we'll be able to route those as well. And then at this point, lastly but not least, we do have the energy blog matters that we post monthly. And this meeting is just, this blog was just in reference to the new training center at the ISO. So feel free to check that out with Tricia Johnson and covering emergency operations facilities. But at this time, thanks so much for joining. And this call will be posted shortly later this week or early next week, so you can review it. And that's all I have. And we can close this call. Passing it to Ahmed to help us close this meeting. Thank you.
This event has concluded. Thank you for using event services. You may now disconnect.